7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filters phone calls and emails. You're welcome to call in the Callier and Thomson phone lines at 314-974-0101. You are welcome to text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. And you're welcome to open up your YouTube app, type in TMASTL, and watch the program and talk it over with other listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, we have the Lifetime Roofing online at lifetimeroofingstl.com lead, fresh off of storms in the St. Louis metropolitan area and throughout the Midwest. And, I guess it's going to be the Penguins staving off elimination. Big night in Pittsburgh.
No, it's your Redbirds. This is a plucky little bunch of flycatchers and agate swatters. And they came from behind last night and got a nice big W.
How do you do?
Yeah, it looked like they might be. At first, I was pulling for the perfect game. I said, not sure I've seen a perfect game. Not sure I've ever really seen one.
At two Brute?
Yeah. But then that got spoiled when Burleson got the infield hit, and then they come back. I'll be darned.
So you became a Cardinal fan, then a Pirate fan, and then a Cardinal fan again.
Well, I thought I might have a chance to see history there, even though it was going to take 6 or 7 pitchers to do it.
You sound like the Weatherholt family. You're a little conflicted. You're wearing Pirates gear, but you're cheering for Weatherholt. You got your Cardinal pajamas, but you're cheering for the Pirates.
Were you in pajamas?
I was not in my PJs yet.
What about a hot pink teddy?
I'd love one.
Be right back.
Where should I get one? Do they make them in gentleman sizes?
Cut that off.
I'll try and Google that here a little bit. Tim, I'm wearing pajamas under my sweatpants today because I was preparing for the Arctic Circle. That I walk in, and it's fine.
My 545 traditional text, boys, bundle up, dress in layers. And apparently, we were the only show freezing to death. Alex Ferrario revealed to Jackson Burkett, hey, clowns, it doesn't need to be that bad. Hey, clowns, comma, it doesn't need to be that bad.
He flipped one switch, and we're fine.
So it gets flipped the other way later in the day to cool it down? And they just never
Cool It
change
Now
it back?
by New Edition. Cool It Now, 84, you think? Ron,
I don't
Bobby,
know the
Ricky,
years.
and Mike.
I believe the gentleman from the fast lane like it cold.
That cold. And so then it just sits and freezes all night long, and by the time we get here, you can hang meat in the
Why
place.
don't they turn it off? Why do we got to turn it off? The fast lane, it's their job.
Nice.
Not our job. Do your job.
Well, there's also sometimes night programming, like a ball game or something.
Oh, okay.
And they
Like
might
Night
filter-
Swimming by REM.
I just don't know.
Is that automatic for the people?
I think it was.
Does everybody hurts? There's a lot.
Night Swimming. You see that Michael Stipe? Was he on, he was on a late night show recently. Looks like Santy. Looks like Santy now. Santy Claus. Michael Stipe. Losing My Religion. Overplayed, Martin?
Yeah, I loved it at first. And then when it became poppy, it wasn't as cool.
Yeah. But Night Swimming remains somewhat eclectic, Doug. Night programming, however, that's the overnights where people come in and they broker shows and they talk it over.
Not around here. Of stations past.
So I just accidentally called out the fast lane for freezing us
Radio
out.
Wars. Radio Wars. When
Now
Stalter and I do Spread Zone tomorrow, it is going to be tense. We're already fighting with Riz and the Riz Show. Now the war with the fast lane gets even more intense.
All right, now I'm going to walk it back because what you're telling me, Jackson, is there's probably a sophomore at Lindenwood running the board. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the NBA playoffs. We'll get you set for that in mere moments. That's what's happening overnight. Not the fast lane's fault. I take it all back, and I'll take some time away, about 10:01. Unless Superman calls and it gets awkward.
Right.
So we flipped a switch, but it doesn't fix the bigger mechanical issue.
No, but it at least allows us to be comfortable during the program.
Okay. No more. What are we going to complain about? Find something.
Yeah. Figure something out.
Yeah, that's the brand. You can call in to complain about us. And round we go.
It's also the brand.
That is 974-0101. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in, and then you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. That's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. Cool temperatures this week, as we're going to see highs in the 50s, Doug, and that makes me madder than a hornet.
Well, if it's dry, you can still play golf, right? But I think it's supposed to rain some more this week.
I see rain today, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. But we have had incredible weather, so I shall shut my mouth. Design Air's online at designairservice.com, and they've got a service plan that you can sign up for right now at designairservice.com. And then it's out of sight, out of mind. They come to you in the spring to tune up your air conditioning, and they come to you in the fall to tune up your furnace and make sure it's ready to go for the cold weather months. And you can work with the company that Martin, Doug, and I work with, and that's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com, the sponsor of the email of the day here on TMA. That's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. And the Linda Sniffer says Doug is wrong about the lead.
What?
The lead is the failure of the local meteorologists. It was a beautiful day from 2 to 8 when the, quote, worst part of the storm was supposed to be here. That's from the Linda Sniffer, Doug. And she is not happy with the local meteorologists and wants you to hold them accountable.
Well, maybe it was fine where you were. It wasn't fine everywhere in the television area. There was more than, or about 50,000 people lost their power. There's some damage in Ferguson. There's trees that got knocked down. Power lines got knocked down. Just because it didn't happen in your neighborhood didn't mean it didn't happen to someone else.
So you want to fight the Linda Sniffer?
I don't want to fight anyone. Just remind them that the area is larger than just your little neighborhood.
And be glad it wasn't worse. Mm-hmm. Is that what we're disappointed in? God, where's the big damage they were talking about? It was windy as all get out. That rain was whipping along. Conditions were ripe, I would say, Doug.
Yeah. I didn't get much in my house either. Sunset Hills, just rain, but I know it got a lot worse than that in other places.
Where was the majority of the damage in the metropolitan area / region?
A little north of here, I think. I heard there was quite a bit of damage in Ferguson, and I think points north got it a little harder than the southern area. And Trenton, Illinois apparently got hit.
I think Illinois more so.
Did Ferrario have to teach you asshats how to turn the lights on, too? That's from the chairman's vasectomist.
His vasectomist.
Yeah.
Like you have to go back so many times that you need a certain guy, the same guy all the time?
Joey Vitale got it done 3 times.
Really?
I guess that might be.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Just to be
kind
sure?
of a sadomasochist thing?
We're not going to kink shame, but he did. He got it done, and then he got it undone, and then he got it done again. Yeah, and there was some incident in a parking garage in Clayton. We'll have to have him talk about that with us.
I had a friend who got one, and then about 2 years later, he was a father at age 55.
Oh, that had to be fun. That's awesome.
Can you sue for that?
I guess sometimes if they don't do it just right, it can grow back together. Ooh. That'd be rough.
I live in Baldwin, and at 6:30, it looked like every tree was about to be blown over. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Yeah. And certainly conditions were right for a much more damaging storm even than what we got. And after what happened last May, they're not going to take any chances and not be warning people.
And that's what Sharon in Clayton says. Hey, Sniffer, maybe give the weather peeps a little leeway. I'm sure they've all got PTSD from last year. Maybe better safe than sorry. Our ring camera just showed heavy rain. I'll take that over a tornado 2 streets over any day of the week. That's Sharon in Clayton.
Yeah.
So she was, I guess, safe in her basement in Clayton and then was observing through the ring camera.
Or was she in Florida or California or
Monaco.
Michigan watching on the ring camera?
Some exotic port of call.
Yeah.
Well, that Steve Templeton is an innings eater.
Innings eater.
Yeah. I started watching about, I don't know what time, it was 2:30 or 3, and he was on nonstop, and he was still going at 8 o'clock at night.
Never heard of him.
Without a break, without nothing. I mean, that's a heck of a broadcasting feat to be able to stand there for that amount of time.
It's interesting because you chastise me for doing 8-hour QFTAs.
Well, but he's trying to save lives.
Have you ever heard me go through Jackson's dating apps?
Oh, well, that does seem more interesting. I don't know if it's more important.
Nope, Doug, I'm still in Sanibel, monitoring from there. It's interesting. Nope, still in Sanibel, monitoring from there. But if you're there, wouldn't you say here? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I guess you could...
Monitoring there from here.
I like that, Martin.
Ring camera would go to your phone. You could, But that seems like an exotic port of call.
Somebody said it's the fable ticks of Florida. Remember that? Mr. Licks, I think, said it's the fable ticks of Florida.
I don't know why it bothers me that you say it like that, but it does.
Good. Then I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to bring up Fable Ticks.
Licks has got
7
a-
o'clock hours brought to you by Healthcare Evolution and Fable Ticks.
Licks has got another live event canceled that you might want to address at some point.
I would like to hear from Mr. Licks on that. Doug, Live Golf, which captivated the nation, whose televisions were frozen on the CW, they will not be participating in their tournament in New Orleans this week. So this is what happens when wealthy people with no business model turn off the faucet. We've seen that locally with AM Sports Talk Radio, and now we see it with professional golf leagues.
Well, don't you hate it when the faucet gets turned off? Boy, I know I do. I really feel bad for them.
Former 590 executives are running live? Before. So Brooks Koepka had a meeting. Where would it have been, Doug? At the Egg and I?
Yeah, the Egg and I, right
that's
there
where I
in
had mine.
Manchester. Is that De Pere? I think it's De Pere.
Probably right on the border.
Yeah, it is.
Big man, I'm gonna need you to play a couple extra tournaments, okay? We're gonna pay you, but we need you a couple more tournaments, all right?
No, I don't think I'll do that.
All right, never mind.
The art of negotiating.
It was. Next star in Sinclair paying the National Weather Service to crank up the warnings, forcing people to watch their dying product. That's from the Crestwood Coyote, Doug, and I guess that's a conspiracy theory he's come up with?
Well, but the thing is, you don't have to watch it.
I understand.
There's about 1,000 other channels on TV. You don't have to watch it.
You know, I was sitting in the basement yesterday during the storms, and do you want to guess what movie came on?
Can I have initials? How about
ABT.
Twister?
No, good guess.
A.
And that's with Atlanta Hawks owner Jamie Gertz.
Yeah.
And she likes Magic City?
Yes. Doing a TV show about it.
A,
I think I know the
B.
answer, but I want Doug Cook.
About,
Really?
About
Yeah.
damn time.
No.
The Bronx Tale.
Yes, nicely
Oh.
done. Were you watching it too? There are now about half the stations on YouTube TV that just replay films from the 80s and 90s and aughts, and that's all they do. What am I spending money on?
I think that's a great business model.
What am I spending money on? And again, this is not by any means to draw a parallel between what's going on 105.7 HD2 with, what's it called, Sinbad all day?
Yeah, that's right.
Sinbad all day.
Skeleton?
Yes, the skeleton as it's known.
Is that the official title, or did you guys name it that?
The Plowhawk, when chastised by the audience for not updating the programming, said that there is a skeleton that he has to fit certain segments into because of the minutes. And that is how the word skeleton was introduced to longtime TMA listeners.
It's a skeleton log.
Is that really actually what it's called? It's a skeleton log?
It's skeleton. That would be a technical term. TMA all day is how it's stylized or branded as.
Okay.
Hey, Pale.
Yo.
Now you just can't leave.
Yeah.
Recovering alcoholic. Was that Chaz Palminteri?
They're the bikers.
Cologino. You ever watch that, Doug? Cologino?
No.
Pretty good movie.
And
Pretty
somebody
good.
said, now you can't leave?
Yeah, Chaz Palminteri.
Yeah.
Wow.
He offered them a chance to leave and call it a day.
Yeah.
And they spit on him. And you know what he said? He locked the doors.
Now you can't leave.
Now you can't leave.
Jackson's skeleton needs serious help, bro. That's from Jackson's butt fro.
Like my personal body skeleton or TMA all day. I'll accept criticism of both.
Jackson's butt fro, you can call in to elaborate at 314-974-0101. You tell them, Crestwood Coyote. So the Grape Ape Auto Detailing is on board with the Crestwood Coyotes. Conspiracy theory that Nexstar and Sinclair are paying the National Weather Service to come up with these storms to float a dying product. That's the master's thesis this morning.
Or then walk me through the actual storm itself. Is there like a Truman Show effect where there's somebody at Sinclair
Ed Harris,
and
I
Nexstar
believe.
is hitting a button that says, all right, give me Baldwin, dial up the wind. All right, Ferguson, give me heavy rains. All right, over there in Alton, what's going on? Okay, dial it up again. I want it pouring in Alton. That's how
I have
it
a
works.
great snowblower.
And when they go on these weather filibusters, they block out the commercial. They didn't even make any money on it.
Correct.
They lose money by
I
doing
heard
it.
Glenn Zimmerman last night said, we're going to go to a quick break, and I had my earpiece in because I didn't know if we're going to do sports because we're very important, Doug, especially when there's big, important news. Sports guys like, hey, are we going to get on at all? Because I was going to run home and get a bite to eat. But, whatever you need, if you need me to say the Cardinals are winning 1-0 in the
I
third
watched
inning.
you last night.
Late night, pal? Or what?
Not late night. No.
I popped on at about 5:50.
Here's exactly what happened. I was watching the weather. Glenn Zimmerman.
Waiting for me.
Yeah. Then I said, they threw the sports. I was like, ooh, Martin. And you're talking about the Cardinals playing the Pirates, and I looked at the clock, and it was 5:50. I said, oh, son of a gun, the Cardinal game was on. And I immediately flipped to the Cardinals.
It became a reminder that the Cardinals were on wearing red hats.
Which is what we're trying to get away from. But we had a wonderful clip of Weatherholt saying he was going back to PNC. We foreshadowed the night ahead.
Yeah, it's true.
I will say this about the weather coverage, and this has gone on for years. I appreciate how they present it, where you don't try and be so polished. Remember over the years, like if the tape rolled wrong, you just get angry, like, that's not the Reds highlight. Like a simple mistake was never allowed, and you would get, or some sports guys more than others would get really angry at the director. And in live weather coverage, they'll say, hey, let's just go to that camera. Oh, it's not ready? Okay, let's go to Billy. Oh, he's not, okay, we're going to get to, it's more real. And it's kind of like podcasts where they just say, oh, all right, let's take a break. Oh, do we have that tape? We don't have that tape. And I think for years, we've worried too much about the and this shows a great example. The presentation doesn't have to be that polished. But in the live weather coverage, it's more real than typical what Tim, in all seriousness, we joke about, oh, look at that little puppy, isn't that cute? It's kind of that smarmy, the smarmy fake local news is what is the stereotype. But when they do the live weather coverage, they're just keeping it real. Hey, let's take a look. Okay, which camera is that? Tell me again. Okay, that is Baldwin. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure. I appreciate the fact that it's just the raw, real version.
Yeah. About 300 fans showed up here at the Spreckles Theater tonight. They had plenty to say. Now, the Spreckles, you may know, is named after a sugar magnate. But there was nothing sweet about how this forum started.
That's writing right there. Well,
leave that to the sports fellows.
Most of the news is carefully scripted out, down to the second, to the point where you say a certain phrase or word, the director goes, oh, that's time to hit the video. Right down to the second. And when they give you 3 minutes for sports, they don't give you 3 minutes and 15 seconds. They give you 3 minutes, and you're out at that point. And so it's all carefully planned, but there is absolutely no way to do that in a weather situation that's constantly changing. So it's good that it's become okay for people to just roll up their sleeves and just bark weather for 5-6 hours.
And Jackson's not classically trained, but you never would have thought in journalism school that later in your life you'd walk down a hallway to a producer and say, hey, can I get 20 extra seconds? Like you barter over 15 and 20 seconds.
Please. And they'd say, no, we don't have it. Are you kidding me?
Well, Dick, now they say yes. How much time you want?
Oh, yeah. So, it would bother me. I'd beg for 15 seconds. No. And then the newscast would be over, and we'd sit on the bumper shot at the end with the music playing, and that would last for 50 seconds.
Right.
Come on, I got another game in.
Pretending to laugh.
Why does St. Louis treat weathermen like the Apollo 11 astronauts? That's from Jugs in D.C. He's confused by our treatment of local weathermen. Doug, do we treat our weathermen differently than other markets? I don't know. I've done some time in Little Rock, some time in Columbia, but otherwise, why I'm just like you. I've never left here.
Is he referencing, is it Clark, who was our guy in DTF St. Louis? What was his name?
The Jason Bateman
character. He was on all the billboards until he wasn't.
Yeah.
But that's the case with, like, if you walk through Lambert, that's how you see a bunch of the weathermen.
And the weathermen are typically better known, and we've talked about this, Doug, because sports guys go from tape to tape. Let's keep it moving. Let's wipe to the next. Well, the weatherman's always on, so you always see them.
Weather has become the bread and butter of local news, for sure. Almost everything else you can get on the internet. Darn near everything else.
This guy.
But you can't get minute-by-minute weather updates that are coming in.
Well, I'm glad everyone's safe, Doug. That's what's important.
Yeah, I didn't hear of anybody getting hurt last night.
Let's hope that's true.
Seems like the prerequisite to run a sports radio morning show is either mowing lawns or being a movie ticket taker. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, just out of nowhere, going after producer Joe and little Jackie Papers
What's
here.
the better background there? What's the preferred way?
Probably lawn mowing. A lot more resiliency.
Yeah.
Mr. Mudjack Mike says, Tiger, Doug.
Okay. Well, that's a good point to make right here, because that's what we're talking about.
If you watch DTF St. Louis.
I have not.
Oh, well, that's, of course, a key character of sorts.
It should also be known I wasn't a career popcorn maker. That was my job.
Jackson's back on.
That was my job.
Somebody landed the jab.
Yeah, he landed one. Hunchback of Moncastle landed one.
It was my job in college. Well, I have to amend so that people
These
don't.
guys put thousands of pucks on net from 7 to 11, and when they get one through, kind of like VGK did last night against Utah. How'd that puck get through? I don't know. I don't know. Then they're delighted when one lands, and then that inspires others to go, ooh, I got one through. Maybe now I'll take my chance.
No, I was just saying that for the record.
Okay.
So
Some
you
people
took
hear
tickets,
things.
you made popcorn, and then just watched the movie?
No, I wouldn't get to sometime you watch 5 minutes or so.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Maybe there's a group chat trying to get to Jackson. They're like, just got him. Stick with the movie theme. Ticket taking. They found a vulnerability. They're going to go back.
Whatever.
That's why what the Crestwood Coyote says is correct. Weather coverage is made to scare old people. That's from the Grape Ape Auto Detailing.
Well, it's not just old people. They shut down schools all over town. Businesses closed early. They had everybody thinking that the end of the world was coming.
That is the first time in my lifetime that I recall that happening. But am I off on that? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah,
I know it was snow.
yeah.
I know it was snowstorm.
You mean kids leaving early from school?
Businesses and kids leaving early from school. My son also, Martin, had the same deal that you were saying your son had at school, same thing. Saw high schools were closing early. So I was just curious. I'm not critical. I'm curious as to the why. My theory, I've got two theories, Doug, that they're
All right.
overlapping.
Maybe do them in outline form for me.
Roman numeral.
Okay, one. For
Do you want to say Roman numeral I or Roman numeral 1? I mean, Roman numeral 1, even though it's an I.
Right, let's go with 1.
Okay. It would be the May 2025 tornado in St. Louis that caused so much damage and still is not fully tended to. So you have that, and that coming out of nowhere, and the substantial damage that it caused. And then Roman numeral 2 would be the liability and insurance. And so wanting to limit risk. And if I can, and maybe this would be, I guess this would be capital A. I'm not going to do another Roman numeral.
Am I still in 1 here? Okay.
No, we're in 2. Roman numeral 2.
2A.
Okay. Then this is A. And this would be, once I see that school do it, or once I see that business do it, now I've got to cover my ass, and now I've got to do it. Those are my theories, because again, I've not seen it done through a thunderstorm. I've seen it done through snowstorms and icy conditions and such, but not with thunderstorms.
Well, if you're the superintendent of a public school district or the principal of a private school, and it's your call, are you going to be the one that doesn't send kids home?
That's what I'm saying.
And run the risk of
subcategory A, capital A.
Right, and run the risk of a tornado hitting your school and doing who knows what to a school full of kids.
But tornadoes didn't arrive in April of 2026. So my question is, why now versus, say, April 2016?
Yeah.
You follow me?
Because snow was always the tipping point,
That's
and
right.
now severe weather. And those schools, the structures are probably safer than anyone's home.
Oh, yeah.
The size of most schools, the basements.
Made of cement and brick and
absolutely.
steel.
I think the genuine concern, I do think it's a fear of lawsuits and safety of kids, but a lot of it has to do with the timing when they get out. If the storm is predicted to hit hard at 3 o'clock, and that when they don't want to release them into the eye of the storm. So I think that's why they're trying to do this more proactively, get them out early, but I think it's mostly fear of injury.
This
and
theory
lawsuit.
from the 618, it's so overhyped by so many people on social media. People see it and believe it no matter what the source is. That's the biggest problem. That's from the 618.
I remember in school for tornado drills going out in the hallway and bending over and put our hands over our head. That was going to protect us all. And even in the case of atomic bombs, we did the same thing. Sometimes we were instructed to get under our desks.
That'll save you from the old bomb, Doug.
Yeah, no nuclear fallout was going to get us there. What else do you do, though? What else do you tell kids in that situation?
Proactively get out early, but what do you do if you let your kids out early and both parents work? How are you supposed to get them and get them home? That's from Benny Hill's Snuff Box.
Yeah. Oh, the snuff box. Well, that's the rub. That's the hard part. Yeah, I know, though, that there is an easy answer to that.
We're soft! That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler. And I realize that's a good thing. You can send that out into the Twitter tweets and you'll get your likes. But I really am looking at it. I'm curious. I'm legitimately curious from a serious standpoint as to what has changed, say, a decade ago. Why wasn't it done? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they take similar precautions with snow way earlier than they used to. If we get an inch of snow now, they shut everything down. And not to sound like I was born in the 1800s, I do remember walking to school in 6 to 8 inches of snow occasionally. Snow hardly ever shut down school way back when. And now any type of snow will shut down some school.
Unknown DJ didn't enjoy your anecdote. Nice story, Boomer.
All I heard was Doug say he would go into the hallway and bend over. That's what he said when there was a potential storm as a kid.
You're getting owned right now.
We'd sit down Indian style, Native American.
Thank you.
Native American
God,
style.
I was about to go on Twitter.
Okay, and bend over and put our hands over our head, and that was going to protect us.
So you're
stay well.
So you're sitting there guardian style, and you got your hands over your head.
Yeah.
And that protects you from the tornado and the nuclear war?
Nuclear war, we had to go into the desk.
That'll protect you.
That was still standard practice 5 years ago when I got out.
Was it?
Oh, yeah. Tornado drills, earthquake drills.
I suppose as far as having parents working and can't get home for a kid, they could set up some sort of room in the school for kids that can't get home to a parent or have that kind of situation. And if it takes a couple hundred kids to go into a gymnasium or something, you put them there.
And my theory in the business is it's similar to the principals and school administrators. It's your employees. You got to get, otherwise you're putting them at risk. You're probably afraid to get sued. It's probably all goes back to.
A lot of people are saying that, Martin. It's all about the lawsuits and liability. That's from Danny Tanner.
Because otherwise in a business, you could just kind of ride it out. But no, I got my ticket taker here. He looks scared. I'm going to send him home. In theory.
Right, in theory.
Not you.
Hypothetically.
In theory.
Career ticket taker.
That's pretty easy work, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was either go left or right.
Woohoo! Morning, boys. Let's go Cardinals. I don't know who's more pissed off, the Pirates or the Ledoux moms who had to stop drinking early yesterday to pick up their kids from school at 1 p.m. It's from the Heiser House hooligan. Ledoux moms sit around and drink all day, and then Chairman Kurt... there was a reaction over there, and then he waved me off like it was.
It did hit a little close to home there.
Who do you? What Ledoux moms are you?
Easy.
I mean, I spent some time in that.
Oh, okay, that's right, that district.
I paint with a broad brush, but there's a few.
Little Monday sangria.
Yeah.
So they drop the kids off, and you just start boozing until pickup time.
After you hit the Starbies at Clayton and Lindbergh.
White Range Rover season.
Quick Pilates. Then it's mimosa season.
Isn't it likely?
Check out Amazon.
Sounds like a great
Is it likely that Ledoux moms may had more
a lot of
leisure
scholarships
time?
out there.
Yeah.
A lot of scholarships.
That doesn't sound like a bad day.
Not at all.
And the kids could probably stay a
Depends
little
on if
late.
you're the one giving the scholarships or not.
That building is
I like the
safe.
scholarship.
I mean, Johnny can wait another hour.
So you want to be a kept man, Jackson?
Yeah, I mean, do you tell me that a little morning coffee, some, light, low impact exercise, and then just having a few doesn't sound like a pretty solid day?
So if you could find a super rich wife, you'd be happy to shut it down or just retire the rest
Yeah,
of
then
your
it could
days.
really be a career ticket taker.
Martin's taking it down the right road. Yeah. What if you're a kept gentleman? By a gentleman.
By a gentleman?
Yeah.
Well,
Good for you. See, that's key because he didn't take you in there.
Yeah, maybe Sven would like a little friend like you.
Like as some sort of...
Sven, he's a hedge fund guy.
Yeah.
But he needs a friend.
Sven, the hedge fund guy, needs a friend.
And you could be said friend.
There are worse ways to spend this life.
There you go. We've just workshopped this time. We got a plan.
Yeah, Jackson, you're done. You're now a kept man.
Yeah, by Sven.
We'll get you classically trained.
You think you'd get bored playing golf 3 or 4 times a week?
No.
You wouldn't?
I could find something.
All right. Do they have a website for that, for gentlemen looking for sugar mamas?
Or daddies.
Yeah. I don't know. Probably. I don't think I would be like the top of the list in that category.
Why is that?
I don't know.
You could be a trophy husband.
I don't know.
To Sven.
I don't know.
He's got that hedge fund.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Work hard and retire, ass.
Oh.
Some Bob Cobb.
God, just took another one.
He does not like the idea of you settling down with Sven and
Right.
being a kept man while getting your work in
Yep.
on the putting green.
Because hard work always leads to riches.
How about that, Doug? That was said with a tone, though.
It was. It's a pretty good start.
That's a good start.
Now you sound down on capitalism.
Sven needs him some piddles. That's from the Grape Ape Auto Detailing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for Sven, but
Well, he had a wife, but that was years ago.
Right. Now he's...
well, there'd likely be a
No,
situation
he'd
where he
like him some piddles.
still have a wife, but maybe I could take like the carriage house or something.
Okay. And offer
just
to pi-
spitballing
And then you
here.
offer to pick up the kids, so they don't have
Oh
to.
yeah, that would really allow some Monday sangria. If I was the one on pickup duty. So I'm basically an au pair. I'm cool with that.
Oh,
All right, Jackson's on board. All right. So when will your last day here be?
Well, I gotta meet Sven first.
Oh. Get some video of that posted on the TMA STL socials. You can get involved here with 238 friends who are in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Oh, that burner Vic Steele's in there. Remember the burner? Mm-hmm. He's back. And Iggy's having a conversation with the burner in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's wonderful to see. You can also text in burner or otherwise 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can call in 314-974-0101, Callier and Thomson phone lines, and be a friend of the program in any which way you would like by emailing in. Also for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, coming your way on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, here's night swimming. You wanted to hear it?
Does Mike Mills play the piano, or does it
Mike
Peter
Mills
Buck play the piano? Who plays the piano? He went to Collinsville, Doug.
Oh, did he really?
Collinsville's own Michael Stipe. I think they asked him once, and he said he hated it. So we moved on. We didn't claim him. But it's high school. I mean, who didn't? Yeah, it happens.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Program presented by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the healthcare evolution. 7 o'clock hour here on the morning after show, broadcasting from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on it. Jackson Burkett has announced he is leaving the show, has found a gentleman by the name of Sven, who is going to allow him to play golf, close the club face, and become a +4 handicap. Mm-hmm. So that's Jackson's tour of duty for the next 50, 60 years, he and Sven.
This Sven's got deep pockets.
He does. Great hedge fund. Mm-hmm. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in, and you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Why, it was a Jim Dandy last night in Pittsburgh. 2-0 your score, and Doug, looks like there's just not going to be a whole lot doing. And then of all people, it's Pedro Pages. Petey Pages going yard, and it's a 2-1 game. And up comes J.J. Weatherholt, who's got hundreds of fans. He grew up, they say, Martin, 30 minutes to the north of Pittsburgh?
Mars, Pennsylvania. I think he went to Mars High School.
Found out that he had a cat named Cat, focal point of the telecast last night.
Interesting you say that. I thought it became quite the theme.
Yeah. Cat named Cat. and so he comes up, and look at what happens. He goes yard, and now we've got ourselves a 2-2 ball game. Jackson's put together a super cut of the Cardinal ninth inning rally as the Redbirds halt the losing streak with a comeback win in Pittsburgh.
Just 2 safeties in the game. High fly ball that's hit hard toward left at the track and wall, and Pedro Pages spoils the shutout and makes it a 2-1 game. Here's the 3-2. Swing, high fly ball, deep right center field, at the track, at the wall. J.J. Weatherholt ties it up. Welcome home, rookie. Could give you the lead. Swing and a drive.
Fermin's got kind of a weird batting stance. It looks like he's just trying to make contact any way he possibly can. And then kind of has a little half swing. But he hit the ball hard twice last night.
Pages was +900 at a home run last night. Easy money. Some boozy who must have gotten paid on the Pedro Pages home run.
I think the feeling is that Pages doesn't give him anything offensively. But only Walker among the starters has a higher batting average than he does right now. Not that batting average is everything, of course. But maybe we ought to give him a little bit more credit than we have.
Is batting average the fable ticks of baseball statistics?
Could be. But show me a guy with a high batting average, and I'll show you a good hitter.
But for a Cardinal organization dying for some future stars, this Weatherholt has had some moments now. Opening day, and then you go to Pittsburgh, where he's from, with all the friends. Think about that. 9th inning, 2 strikes, tie the game on a home run. And I think we've always heard of him forecast as a great hitter. We haven't really talked a ton about his power, right? But the guy's got homered in 3 straight games.
Yeah.
Clearly a line drive home run kind of guy, but that was just great with his family there. AI can't write that, Doug.
Ooh,
no.
Nice. This team has heart. They literally just only have 3 pitchers that can physically pitch over 150 innings. That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville. But imagine he's talking about Dustin May, McGreevy, and I guess Liberatore. Although that's been a little rough. But McGreevy and May, after his first 2 starts, May has been outstanding. And he gave them another great start last night, but it was that Pirates bullpen conglomerate that was keeping the Cardinals in check. It looked like it was going to be a loss with a whimper, and then a significant response. And listen, I realize for everybody listening to this show, unless you go back to the 1990s Bonds, Bonilla, Drabek teams, or the 79 We Are Family team, or maybe 1960 and Bill Mazeroski. I don't know. But the Pirates have been a place where you go, there's nobody there, and granted the Penguins were playing a playoff game down the street, but it's not a place where you really think that the game has all that much importance to the Pirates because they're usually not in it. But this might be a different Pirates team. They certainly had higher expectations this year than the Cardinals, at the very least. And so that's a bad loss for them to get that kind of pitching and to piss it away. On the other side of it, for the Cardinals, in a team that we're still in the month of April, and they've had a number of these comeback wins, and that's a great win for the Cardinals. And, you know, I don't know how much you can put on importance for a team that probably isn't going to be doing a whole lot this year. Who knows? I wouldn't expect it. But considering that was about to be, the 5th straight loss? And what would it have been, 7 of 8, 6 of 7, whatever, to get the win in that fashion, that was incredibly important. Ali Marmol talked about it following the comeback win.
Well, that's a big lead up for that not to be ready. Timing is everything.
It wasn't easy to start with. I mean, those guys did a really nice job, bullpen day, and they got a different arm coming in, some good velo, some tough at-bats, but we were able to stay in there and at the end put it together. But it's a fun group to watch, man. It's hard not to like these guys.
Pirates used 8 pitchers,
Yeah.
and only one of them gave up a run. He gave up all 4, Dennis Santana.
There was no reason to believe that game was anything other than an efficient loss. It felt like one of those get off the bus, go lose the game, back to the hotel. Get
It
off
seemed
the
like
bus,
a 12-15 start on Wednesday.
Yeah, just kind of nice and tidy, L. And as Jackson would say during the NCAA tournament, some of those matchups, he would say, just be careful there. Just be careful. That Cardinal team, I felt like, uh-oh, here we go. The wheels could kind of come off. Boy, you lose a 5th straight. You still got 3 more in Pittsburgh.
With a skiing start coming.
Yeah, is this kind of, here we go, careful. And they flipped the script there. So, and maybe there are just kind of young-ish. They're not all that young, but young-ish, and just have heard all of people crap on them, and there's just kind of house money. We said that about the Blues down the stretch when they weren't really in the playoff mix. They started playing great. Maybe this team has that mentality. Nobody expects two craps about it. I mean, nobody thinks anything's going to happen with this team. Maybe that helps in the late situation.
We need to get Walker going again because he has fallen off badly. I see 9 of the last 10 games he struck out twice. In 9 of the last 10.
Had a good at bat to get on base there on the 9th. That was, if you're looking for signs. But you're right. Ever since the song came out, I think he's homerless.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I mean, no
Chairman
offense. Kurt, would you like to apologize? I don't know. It's up to you.
I'm not up there swinging the bat.
Gosh. Just sitting there watching the game with my boys last night, complaining about the team not wearing Navy hats. And
I think the kid said, "Oh, Dad,
stop it. Dad's in the bottle again." But I said, "All right, watch this. The catcher's going to set up low and outside." And my 8-year-old goes, well, how do you know that? I said, that's where he strikes out. And then sure enough, back-to-back pitches, low and outside. And Chip Carey, it was like a victory that he didn't go for it. I mean, it is just so blatant. But to his credit, he didn't go for it, and then he works the walk. But man, is that something else to watch somebody go through that whole thing. What the hell was going on 2 weeks ago? I mean, if you just did spring training, where's his weak spot? It's the low and outside off-speed pitch or the slider. And then for whatever reason, for like a week, he turns into Barry Bonds, and then now we're back to the low and outside pitch. But again, 9th inning, he was able to stave it off. I like that, how I incorporated stave.
I think it's about picking up the spin on the ball when it's coming out of the pitcher's hands. When he's seeing it well, he can tell, oh, that's going to be a slider, sweeper, whatever you want to call it. I'll lay off that one. Sometimes he sees it and sometimes he doesn't. I guess that's the only explanation I could come up with.
How about this from Sharon and Clayton? Right on, Chairman. Never apologize for your greatness. Wow, Sharon and Clayton.
There's a nice little pat on the rump.
Yeah, I'm a Sharon stan. She's been on my side for a while.
Is that right?
I appreciate that. Yeah.
How about that? Got an alliance. So you're with Harrison's brother Master?
No, absolutely not.
Then you might not be with Sharon, just so you know, because they're very close.
I mean, I don't want to make Sharon choose, but if we get to that point, I'd be interested to know where
Custody battle.
Kramer versus Kramer. Text in 314-399-9646. Who's in your alliance? That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you can also talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMA STL. 263 friends are in there, like Scorzy, DJ Patty Cakes, Deep Voice Dude, Toy Maltese Family, and Chairman Kurt, who just asked the question, Earl, who's your favorite little rascal? So that's the conversation in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, would you like to give your favorite?
I liked Froggy. I liked the way he talked. Chubby was a pretty good one. He wasn't in that many of them. He goes way back to the Jackie Cooper era.
Some people like things, and some people don't like other things.
Well said, Joe.
That.
Yeah.
Let me work on Master, says Sharon and Clayton. Wow. So she's going to sit down with Harrison's brother Master, and you guys might form a formidable alliance.
I don't think you can break him.
I agree with that.
By the way, Dustin May, last 4 starts, rock solid.
I mean, incredibly rock solid.
As bad as he was in the first 2 outings, 13 earned runs. In his last 4 starts, he's given up 5 earned total.
He's throwing upper 90s.
Yep.
He's really throwing heat.
And I said, I don't know why you sign a guy like that if the team's going to be terrible. Why even bother? But maybe you just had to have somebody to stabilize a rotation that's filled with unproven pieces.
Well, you got 2 elements to that. You got a high upside, low risk play because it's a 1-year deal and then a mutual option for 2027. But in addition to it, if he does find his bearings and the team is not in the mix in July, then you've got a hell of a trade piece and an attractive trade piece as well for another team because he's a free agent, theoretically, after the season, at least in the sense that you could part ways with him. He's got a $20 million option for 27. He's making 12 this year, which makes him responsible for damn near a third of the team's payroll.
And nearly every contender in the league will lose a starting pitcher somewhere down the line. Hopefully he can stay healthy himself.
But relatively low because he was coming off injury.
Sherman's endorsement of KG says it all. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Doug, what does that mean?
This is so weird.
Read that again. Chairman's endorsement.
Sharon's endorsement of KG says it all.
Well, I don't know what it says, really.
Can say, oh, what's this?
That's what it says to me, yeah. She likes the songs that he's put together. What's wrong with that?
Summer 98.
I just enjoy Joe's faux disdain for everything. Now, some of it was real, but like this show or pee-pee talk.
That's right.
He was always just parading around his disdain. But you know he got
jump in on Trainwreck Radio.
you know he got a kick. He got a kick out of it.
Get involved on the program. Text in, call in, email in, all of it, whatever works. Be a friend of the program and interact. And you can watch the show. Open up the app on your smart TV or your phone, and you're sitting there and you're watching it and you're talking it over. And you are welcome to participate in that way as well. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mike Francesa, Doug has lost faith in what's going on in New York, and the Mets will have that for you. Coming up next, the program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website I've been telling you about. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, not sure what you can get approved for, doesn't matter. Whatever that situation, whatever that circumstance, they'll get you into a new car with little to no money down, and they'll get you the best rate possible. They do that working with over 50 different lenders, so they make sure you'll get that car with as little money down as possible. The car is right there on the site, AutoLoanPro.com. Part of the Lita family. Financing a car can get a little tricky, especially if there's been a hiccup. All you need to know is to work with the pro, AutoLoanPro.com. Same website also has that free playbook they put together, designed that so that you can understand the credit industry even better. Robert Thomas on those TV commercials with our guy Jim Olive talking all about Auto Loan Pro. So in the market for a vehicle, trying to get approved next time around, maybe even a different car. Do that by learning how the credit industry works by using that free playbook they put together for you. Find it all online, one spot, AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update that's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals win with a ninth-inning rally last night against the Pirates. Back in action again in Pittsburgh this evening with a 5:40 first pitch. Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
I'll blow the whistle. You ever see him perform this live, Doug?
No, not yet, but I'm dying to.
Yeah. I think it was 2009. My buddy John Carroll got us tickets to see Jamie Foxx perform at the Hard Rock in Las Vegas. And Too Short came out. And that was a real pleasant surprise because initially Jamie Foxx, and it wasn't a comedy show, he's just playing the piano. I mean, how many talents does this man have? He can act, he can sing, he can tell jokes. Can't do HD2 radio, but he can do the other three things.
I would think so. Well.
And all of a sudden, what a treat for the audience. Here comes Too Short, blow the whistle. And the place was up for snatch grabs.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was like the semifinals at the St. Gabriel tournament. What spurred that on?
Today's Too Short's birthday.
What do you think he is, Doug? Too Short.
First of all, let me say I wouldn't have the foggiest idea. So I'll say 47.
I'm heavy on the over. The question is he 60 yet? Martin, I'm going to go 55.
I have no idea. 56.
Today is Too Short's 60th birthday.
God!
There it is.
Okay.
Boy, that hits you, doesn't it?
It does not hit me at all because I wouldn't know if he walked in the room here.
How about that? Did you just hear that from Spen's guy?
That was the tip-off? That was his big hit?
Yeah, blow the whistle's a big one.
What about him, a player?
I think blow the whistle.
How do you spell it? Is it TOO or is it the number two?
TOO $HORT.
TOO $. I've always known him as Todd Anthony Shaw. If he'd said that, I would have said, oh, yeah, Todd.
What's up, Short?
Get involved on the program. You can do so by texting in at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you also are welcome to call into the program, 314-974-0101. And you can talk it over with Too Fat to Kayak. Earl Geddes. Was he a cornerback for Missouri?
Earl Geddes?
Was there a Byron Geddes?
Sure, Geddes? Thought there was. He's in there. Iggy said he did a duet with Lady Gaga. He's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Too Short? The cornerback from Missouri.
Both of them.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
And people are saying we interviewed Too Short?
Yes.
In the studio?
No.
No. But that's a mainstay on the Skeleton. Too Short interview.
So, Doug, you've interviewed
What did we
this
talk
jet?
about?
I don't know, probably a Sea Monster booking if I had to guess.
You didn't do that? You're not
Certainly
classically trained.
Not classically trained.
How long ago was that?
Probably a decade ago.
Oh, gosh. And people remember that?
It plays on the Skeleton.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, it's on a loop.
Yeah,
Same.
Sinbad and Too Short, apparently.
Probably plays once a fortnight.
Doug is not going to
Don't
like
say 4, just say 2 weeks.
Doug is not going to like that. It's the Healthcare Revolution, 7 o'clock hour here on the morning after. Your Polos Plus dossier here on the presentation. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45. Jackson, they got a situation in New York with the Mets, and it's real problematic. Fortunately, Mike Francesa has his perspective. What do we have going on here?
Well, he talks about Carlos Mendoza, manager for the Mets, and he mentions not really knowing him before he walks that back for a second and then gives his take on the state of the Mets.
Yep.
Nobody's trying to run anybody out of their job. Nobody likes taking anybody out of their job. I don't know Mendoza except to say hello to. I've never had a conversation with him. I don't think I've ever interviewed him. And if the Mets don't play their cards right, the Yankees will be playing in front of full houses every day in August, and you'll be having archery practice at Citi Field.
Archery practice?
Yeah. He's down on him. But he can't say, of course, that he doesn't know Mendoza. He has to mention, well, I can say hi to him.
And they do archery over there in Queens?
Not known for the archery. Probably more known for tennis. You know.
Would you say the Mets and Phillies' horrendous starts are probably the biggest story in baseball so far?
The Mets being as bad as they are, I think. When you have the team,
Phillies were very good last year,
but the Mets have the highest salary cap, and they're the New York team. That's all. But yes, those two would be your lead stories.
Mets offense is atrocious.
Yeah.
There are only two teams who haven't scored 100 runs yet. And one is the San Francisco Giants, the other the New York Mets. And the Mets are barely cracking 90 runs so far over the course of their 28 games. I mean, it is rough. And then on top of it, if you really want to dig into the weeds, and we got a piece of this in St. Louis about 3 weeks ago, when Lindor just seems checked out in the sense that he doesn't know how many outs there are. He's making just bonehead plays, and that's caused some of the frustration. I'm surprised that they haven't moved on from Mendoza, not because I think that they should, but I just figure that would be especially in that market, and then especially after Boston parted ways with Alex Cora, that it'd be like, okay, all right, that clears the way for us. We can do it too.
Yeah, it's not like you're moving on from a Hall of Fame manager. It's a relatively new guy in that seat. You would think that they would do something. That you got to change it up somehow. You're not going to want to give up on the season this early if you're the Mets.
Sound like Francesa was calling for his head there. I don't know him, but well enough to say hello. You know.
I mean, he knows me, of course.
He just can't.
Meanwhile, the Alex Cora firing is catching hell both in the Boston clubhouse, although Story met with Breslow yesterday after the meeting in which there was 7 minutes. The team was pissed off on Sunday morning in Baltimore, and Craig Breslow is their GM, and they talked. And now, supposedly, everything is cool in Boston, but Ken Rosenthal says it's a debacle.
The way they handled that clubhouse meeting yesterday, Breslow and Sam Kennedy, the team president, what did they do? Did they open the floor to questions? Did they allow players to express their feelings? No. They spoke, no one else did, and the players were not happy. You might have seen Trevor Story's comments. Trevor Story, I can tell you from years of experience covering him, is one of the more mild-mannered guys in the game. Not a guy to make waves. And what he said was, hey, this wasn't cool. And it wasn't cool. You got to let players have their say, too. And I know they're the employees. These guys are the bosses. We all know that. It's obvious every single day who's running the show. But at the same time, if you have feel for your clubhouse, feel for your players, feel for the organization, then you're going to handle this a little bit differently. And that is the biggest issue with the Red Sox. It's feel. It's Breslow's feel. It's John Henry's feel. We haven't heard from him in ages. He's the one running this show. And this is just a lack of respect for your players. And ultimately, in Henry's case, when you don't address anything, it's a lack of respect for your fans.
Ken Rosenthal going after him. Story did meet with Breslow, and he said that it was definitely a necessary part of the process. Obviously, you heard the things I said, and I didn't agree with it regarding the firing of Cora and then the meeting that lasted 7 minutes. But we hashed it out, and we had a very constructive conversation. Whether I agree with it or not doesn't really matter. I don't make those decisions. He heard me out, and he was very understanding because he knew how beloved those guys were, and they always will be. So I think it was good to start the process of moving forward, I guess. That's Trevor Story after he met with the Red Sox GM, who is not particularly popular in New England.
No. Now the Red Sox have won their last 3 in a row.
Sunday charge.
Yeah, here they come. Here come the Bo Sox. I don't think I like Bo Sox and Shy Sox. I don't think I like
Why'd you say it, man?
I prefer Pale Hose.
Oh, damn. All right. That's your kink. That's cool.
Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes? Didn't you ask earlier, Doug, if there was a pink teddy available for a man? Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah, what'd you find?
No, I'm just saying now you're wanting to wear some pale hose.
That's right.
Do whatever you want to do.
That's right. Yeah, because again, program does not kink shame.
The Red Sox are a weird organization, and I'm sure if Heim Bloom were sitting here on the lie detector, could tell you from ownership down, they never quite know what they want to do. So Dave Dombrowski, everywhere he's been, just spends a ton. He'll trade away prospects, but you just buy your way in, and it's fun. I mean, the Red Sox got a World Series out of it. And then they said, we got to go there. We got to get smart again and start drafting. And then they did that with Heim, and they said, maybe we should just start spending again. They're very willy-nilly in terms of their...
They're not happy with John Henry up there, Martin. I can tell you that.
And I think they're always pressured to keep up with the Yankees, too. It's a very demanding media and fan base, and they're just not happy unless the Red Sox are in first place all the time.
Well, Pete Abraham. And Jackson, what is his role? I feel like he's been around a while. You have sound from him.
Pete Abraham.
I apologize. That's bad crowd sourcing.
Red Sox reporter.
I know that. I'm just trying to think of who he's with.
Like, is he a radio or writing?
Might
be more writing than writing.
Was it the Boston Globe until 2009? Or no, joined the Boston Globe in 2009, where he still is.
All right. God bless. 17-year run. Here is what he has to say about the situation there with Breslow.
We'll hit the labor pail.
Get into what you think the debates were about. Was there debate about offensive approach? Was there debate about lineup? Was there debate about player development? What do you know?
Well, I don't know that it was so much a debate about what was going on day to day. I think it was more Craig Breslow learning from what happened with Chaim Bloom, that when push came to shove, when the team was not going well, ownership chose Alex Cora and they fired Chaim Bloom. And I think Craig Breslow wanted to get out in front of this and go to ownership and say, my recommendation is we fire Alex Cora and all of the coaches that are in his camp and we start over again. And ownership took that recommendation. And Sam Kennedy said that on the record, in the press conference yesterday, that it was Breslow's recommendation that they do this, and they took that recommendation. I think Craig was getting out ahead of it before Alex started talking more before and after games about how tough this lineup is to manage, how it's kind of imbalanced. There's certain things he'd like to do that he doesn't have the opportunity to do. And then the public sentiment goes against Breslow, which happened with Chaim Bloom. And it turns out to be the president of baseball operations who's out, not the manager. And Alex has survived every transition that the Red Sox have made since Dave Dombrowski left. And my thinking is Craig Breslow didn't want to be the next guy to fall victim to that.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I kind of think that's the same thing. And coincidentally, number one, you hear the reference to the Chaim Bloom situation from how many years ago was that, Doug? Martin, what do you think, 5 years ago? 4 years ago?
Well, and he got bounced after, 23?
So 3, 4 years ago.
He got there in 20.
You had the same situation going on in Boston with the Bruins that the thought process was they were whacking Jim Montgomery, who then winds up coming to St. Louis, like Bloom, because the roster construction was garbage, and whether it be president of hockey operations or GM, was having Montgomery take the fall for a roster that was flawed. And so, as you hear there from Abraham, that he is of the opinion that Breslow got out in front of it, goes to the president of the Red Sox and CEO, Sam Kennedy, and says, hey, we got to get rid of Alex Cora. And they're going, oh, okay, well, we'll do that because Breslow's trying to save his ass. And I think that is why you heard, if you read these articles out of Boston, the whole roster was pissed about it. Alex Cora is super popular with those players, and they just felt like it was wrong. And therefore, my sense is they felt like this guy got thrown under the bus by a guy trying to keep his job, and he's the one who should be out. Similar situation to what happened with the Bruins that led to the Blues getting their head coach, and now a situation that harkens back to what took place a few years ago in Boston with Chaim Bloom.
Yeah, the roster doesn't feel like a typical Red Sox roster loaded with stars. They got a bunch of guys you've barely heard of, probably, unless you're a super fan of the game. Wilson Contreras has been about their best hitter.
Wow, Bloom's coming out great out of all this. That's from C. Murder from Imperial. C. Murder from Imperial.
What does that mean, C. Murder?
Sounds like they fired the wrong person. Thanks for Chaim, Boston. That's from C. Murder from Imperial. C. Murder from Imperial.
Okay.
And Breslow's an interesting guy because he pitched at the big league level. He's one of those former players who becomes a GM, but his resume reads more like the new school front office type. He went to Yale, and he majored in molecular biophysics.
Oh, really?
So he done journalism, but wanted the easy route.
He feels like one of these new front office types that has no connection to baseball. He's just a Yale guy with a molecular biophysics degree, except he actually pitched in the big leagues for 12 seasons.
What would you do with molecular biophysics?
Get into baseball, be a lefty.
Okay.
And then one day be...
Doesn't Chaim Bloom have one of those type degrees also?
I don't know what he went to Yale, probably a little younger than it's interesting. He and Breslow both went to Yale.
And he majored in radio, right?
No, that wasn't it. He had another degree like that. It wasn't literature, classic literature, or something like that.
Latin classics.
Yeah.
Isn't that the guy who calls in and asks for a job?
That's the medieval.
Medieval, right. And he has a crush on you, or is that Kurt?
Kurt
has the crush. Ben from Portland likes to talk about the Jailblazers. Dr. Ben.
C. Murder was a rapper, Doug. It's from the 314.
Okay.
He was one of Master P's buddies.
Oh, was he
according
really?
to
They were
St.
tight.
Louis City Kevin.
And is he on the skeleton, C. Master? No.
C. Murder. Harrison's brother is Master, and Harrison's brother Master is a little, it seems like a little cautious of Chairman Kurt getting into their alliance. He says he and Sharon have never been stronger. So
Kurt's out.
Sharon and I and our bond is unflappable. That's what Harrison's brother Master says. So I don't know what's going on there, Doug. The alliance might be breaking up, or maybe they're adding Chairman Kurt. Keep an eye on it. This guy's got Hitmaker, and Sharon Clayton loves the album. And it got played on 106.5 The Arch. Riz is back from his vacation. Have you had a chance to talk to him?
I have not spoken to Riz yet.
And that's because of the radio wars between our show and the Riz show, and then, of course, the Fast Lane.
Yeah, I'm just a little tired of him. So
Radio wars, radio wars.
Tight-lipped.
Radio wars. Maybe I'll say something tomorrow at Spread Zone because I won't be talking to Stalter after this air conditioning situation.
They knew, and they held it from us.
That's right.
While we suffered.
That's exactly right. Never been more pissed off. Get involved in the program. Text in, call in, email in. Just open up your YouTube app and talk it over with other TMA listeners. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 293 friends are in there. Vic Steele is talking, Doug, to Walrus King, who's talking to Scorsese, who's talking to Toy Maltese family. And Vic Steele said to Chairman Kurt, take it up with HR. You guys in an argument?
No, there was somebody wrote in there that it's a Gen Z clubhouse because players have to express their feelings. And I just joked that Martin really doesn't let me express my feelings during the break.
Uh-oh.
Kylie,
Are all
And now we're
clubhouses Gen
sideways.
Z at this point? Gen Z is what years? That's born between 97 and 2012.
That's papers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the oldest you could be is what, 29?
9. Yeah.
Can you wear a jersey of a player that's significantly younger than you?
Some people like some things.
I think it's kind of bad form.
I'm not a jersey guy anyway, but now that I'm 40, I would feel bad wearing a jersey of a guy that I was 17 when he was born. Or
Right. You'd feel better with Ozzie Smith jersey or
Jeff
Dylan McGee.
Suppan.
Yeah.
Who's going to be with us at 10 o'clock but has asked for a day off tomorrow? Is that correct on the Polos Plus dossier?
And then Brian Boehringer texted he would like to fill in for Soup.
Nice.
And then I said, all right, we'll see how it goes. He goes, waiting for Chris Carpenter? I'm like,
Oh, yeah, that's right. We did put in the
it
Carpenter
was Carp's
request.
birthday yesterday.
Yeah, it was his birthday yesterday.
And that happened to be the same day he's getting a text from Suppan to call into this show to recreate the shush. I have a feeling that won't happen. But
Do you think you would remember it? Probably not.
The honest answer is no.
Didn't we make him recreate it, though?
I do think that there was a recreation,
Like
kind of
a
like
year
when
later?
we saw John Lackey at spring training, Doug. That would have been February of 2014. And we were finally able to ask the question that had been torturing us since Game 6 of the 2013 NLCS when Cal May asked this question. And Jackson has it for you.
Matt, did you know in the top of the fourth that Don Mattingly made the statement that it makes him think that the Stan Musial is in that body and running around here?
Sick.
You?
Well, I don't really know what to say about that one.
I wouldn't think you would.
John Lackey is the one here who, when you hear sick, that's he and Matt Carpenter up at the dais.
Mm-hmm.
And Lackey.
So you guys followed up with Lackey and said what?
That was one of the biggest smart-ass responses I've heard in that ballpark, and I couldn't be more supportive of it. And he said that no, he really liked the question, and he was being sincere when he interjected with his sick. Now, not that I knew John Lackey well, but my sense was he wasn't a big fan of the media. And he was sitting there going, "You've got to be kidding me with this question." And that was his observation, was the sick.
But he held firm that it was a
sincere,
supportive thought.
Yeah. I'm still incredibly confident in my read.
Mike, would you say an outstanding job from Luke today?
Outstanding job from Luke.
That's the kind of pull that he had, to put words right in the manager's mouth.
Oh, he'd be a good... Oh, he's already been on it.
If you run a small business, this one is for you. Running a business is hard enough. Getting premium branded gear for your business shouldn't be, and that's why Polos Plus exists. Sponsor of our dossier, Polos Plus, is locally owned and operated by Corey Lawson, with longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard running the sales and marketing side. Corey and his family have been serving the local community since 1995. Polos Plus offers brands like Carhartt, Travis Matthew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on. Polos Plus offers more than just polos. They offer jackets, quarter zips, hats, beanies, you name it. They have it. Here's the difference. The big guys don't really care about the entrepreneur, the local business owner. They want massive corporate orders. That's not Polos Plus. They're built for the local guy, the small and medium-sized businesses. Give Polos Plus an opportunity, and you type in the promo code TMA, and you get 10% off. Go to polosplus.com. Take 10% off with promo code TMA, and all you have to do is upload your company's logo, and you are good to go. They take it from there. If you have any questions or you want to talk to Andrew directly, email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com. Promo code TMA. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. I was on the phone yesterday with Ryan Luchtefeld of Delmar Mortgage, and man, have I enjoyed the process of working with him. Of course, he was on with us during the college basketball season as our St. Louis University Billikens insider, and I am working with him at Delmar Mortgage, delmarmortgage.com. Ryan's personal number is 618-593-3608. What they do is they offer a personal local touch, but with all of the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. I can't believe how easy it is. I'm talking about a matter of minutes, and everything is taken care of on your side. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that'll make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents, with closings in as little as 2 weeks. Ryan has been doing this for 22 years, 13 of which have been with Delmar Mortgage. It's Delmar Mortgage, online at delmarmortgage.com. That's delmarmortgage.com. Work with Ryan Luchtefeld, and you can give him a call directly on his personal number at 618-593-3608. It's Ryan Luchtefeld in Delmar Mortgage. Ah, Doug.
Now we're talking.
How can you argue with Boots Randolph?
I don't argue at all. Let him have his way. Just clear out. Let him cook.
Sharon in Clayton is communicating directly with Harrison's brother, Master, through our Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. And she says, Master, once Kyrou is gone and Brady comes home, all will be right in the world. Maybe Chairman Kurt will direct his talents to our Blues and produce a jam about that. Maybe that will bring you around. That is from Sharon and Clayton. And guess what? Just this morning, Jeremy Rutherford posting a column of his off-season predictions. Doug, it is in The Athletic.
Okay.
Number 1, Robert Thomas, Colton Parayko. They're staying in St. Louis, in his opinion. He says, every time I write about Thomas and trade talks, the lightning-quick response is that he isn't going anywhere. I get it. Why would the Blues move their number 1 center? I'm not saying that they will. I'm saying they've talked about it, which means it's possible. That said, I agree that Thomas isn't going anywhere this summer, and I'll go one step further and say that Parayko isn't either. So that is what JR says regarding that. And then on Sharon and Clayton and Harrison's brother Master's biggest unification point, he writes that the Blues will not sell low on Kyrou. The situation with Jordan Kyrou is not unlike that of Thomas and Parayko, but it is different. Kyrou might be more willing than the other two to waive his full no-trade clause. Additionally, the team isn't leaning on him to nurture its newer players. However, the Blues would absolutely be selling low on him, and while I do believe there's interest in moving him, I don't believe they will unless they're getting the value of a potential 40-goal scorer. So how about that, JR? Not saying that it's a lock that Kyrou will be going, and if they hold firm on what they believe his potential value is, perhaps they don't get that, and perhaps he comes back for the 2026-2027 season.
Yeah, it's possible. I can't imagine anybody would give them the value of a 40-goal scorer right now, coming off the year he just had, and his reputation for being kind of soft defensively. So I guess if you believe it makes no sense to sell low when the stock is low, maybe they will hang on to him.
And then finally, what Sharon just made reference to, when Brady comes home, JR says no deal for Tkachuk. He writes, will he be available this summer? No one knows yet, but just like when his brother Matthew was on the block, it's no surprise when the St. Louis-bred pair in the local rumor mill, Armstrong's talked about putting Steen in a good position when he steps down, and no doubt Tkachuk would help the Blues immediately. But if they're giving up significant prospect or two and or multiple high picks, aren't they veering off the course that we've heard a lot about lately? Do the Blues have the assets that would get Ottawa's attention? If the Senators were interested in Kyrou, prospects and or picks, I believe they do, but would a team such as the Sens want Kyrou? Would the Blues be giving up a lot more because they're selling low? I'll say there's no deal for Tkachuk, in part because of the reasons above, but also because I'm not completely sold that he wants to play in St. Louis. How about that?
Yeah.
Jeremy Rutherford. He'll be in studio with us tomorrow, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He has more predictions for the offseason in his column in The Athletic, and that's a recommended read.
I would think Brady has similar feelings as Matthew, whether it's a good fit to come back here and kind of all that would come with that and the pressure associated with it. It would probably be more appealing than staying in Ottawa. But do you want to come back here and play? I don't know. And then there was the offer, or not the offer, the suggestion online that you trade Robert Thomas. These were Senators fans saying, okay, you move Brady to St. Louis, we'll take Robert Thomas. And I think Strickland hopped in too and said, if Brady Tkachuk's coming to St. Louis, one of the main reasons would be to play with Robert Thomas. So the idea that you would trade one for the other doesn't make sense.
How about this from Sheepy Reporter? Does Brady Tkachuk know that we have a free zoo?
He probably does.
He probably does.
If he grew up here, yeah, he probably went there a time or two.
But maybe just like maybe text. You want to text Walt and say, hey, can you pass this along?
Jesus. What is it? Dirtbag.
And if you work it, you can sometimes find free parking there, too.
You like that train?
I don't mind the train.
Yeah,
I've been on
tunnels
it forever.
Fun
The train's not free, Doug.
No, it isn't?
No. Parking's not free, but the zoo's free.
You can find sometimes street parking there at Forest Park.
Is that Turtle Park over there, Tim? You park at Turtle
Sure.
Park.
Yeah, Dogtown. Over
Go
there
to
by Pat's.
Yeah.
Seamus McDaniels. Good folk, eh?
They've got Smithwick's on tap at that Pat's.
But up by the Art Museum, there's some street parking there.
Shut up, JR. What do you know anyway? Ah! It's Sharon and Clayton.
Did she just scream?
Yeah. Right at the end with caps and like maybe 10 exclamation points.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Jennings Randolph Jr. Brady's going to be a Panther and playing with his brother. That's from Mahomes' long body. What do you think about that?
Well, that could be. When you're making that kind of money, to go to a state where there's no state income tax is a big deal.
What about that?
It adds up to a lot of cash.
Sounds like brick tops
being taxed on.
Is that a cougar? Is that the real Mizzou roar? Because KTRS for years people complained it wasn't the proper sound of a
Is that
tiger.
right?
Yes, because when
those people are in their 20s who sent in those complaints.
When they would say, "Where you're home with the Missouri Tigers," you'd hear that louder. And people would say, "That's actually not what a tiger sounds like." Oh, for God's sakes.
We got a big day today because we have the Missouri Tiger Club speaking engagement thing, right?
Speaking engagement thing. Tiger Club.
That's right. And it's at Llewellyn's and Webster Grove. So if you want to meet Martin and Doug and Jackson, you can do that. I am protected by security. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
No signing?
Well, there's a certain fee that has to be paid if I'm going to sign. And then also I require a 4-foot step stool if I'm going to take pictures with people. And they refuse to sign off on that rider. So sorry. But yeah, if you have questions about the Missouri program, you can ask them. I will text Gabe DeArmond to get the answers. And otherwise, Martin, Doug, Jackson, and I will stand up there for an hour at Llewellyn's and Webster Groves today. Doug starting at about noon. Now we have to leave after the morning after at 11:30. 11 what, nurse?
11:30?
11:40.
45? Could we do 45?
Well, we can do whatever.
You want me to get there and vamp?
That'd be great.
Hey, everybody. How about that non-count with Marquette, huh?
I'll be a little late.
Yeah, of course.
You guys will be there, and I'll come in fashionably late so I can get a bigger applause.
I don't think we can get there in 15 minutes.
You like
that's what Martin's
Doug?
vamping.
Oh.
And you're going to vamp about Marquette and Missouri in 2003?
That we've been fighting for. I think Doug's a little concerned that I forgot because I do often come in here dressed, I don't know, like a dock worker. But today, part of it was it's going to be cold as all get out. Brought I got my little skull cap here. And Doug just kind of looked at me and said, "Now, are you remembering we've got that Mizzou thing? I'm going to go home and freshen up."
Nice.
Oh, okay.
That's my after show after.
Well, this is my Sunday best. Yeah. This is as dialed up as I get. Good?
Yeah, you look good.
Thanks, bro. You're hot, man.
Yeah.
Let me see what I got here. Forgot to tell you, this is from one of the executives with the University of Missouri Tiger Club. Forgot to tell you, we have some Tiger Club members who are offering to fight Jackson to give him some experience.
What the hell?
Oh.
What?
Bring your brass knucks.
They want to fight me to get some experience?
No, to give you some experience. Because they feel like you're a bit of a dandy.
They're going to toughen you up.
Okay, maybe I'll be a little more late.
Papers is out. And then I never responded to this text. Damn it. Can you send me the years your crew were in college? Tim, Doug, and Jackson attended Mizzou, and Martin went to Marquette, correct? That's correct. I am still theoretically in school.
Yeah.
Because I still have those 8 credit hours.
95 to present.
That's correct.
Still open-ended.
Jackson, you were 2016?
Attended Mizzou 2017 to 2020.
2017 to 2020.
There's that Florida caddying
There
thing.
was there's a caddy.
Caddy school.
and ticket taker.
I'm looking forward to talking,
come on by
a little Tiger
Llewellyn's.
Talk.
Yeah, Tiger Talk. And I think that speaking of which, Mike Kelly and the entire University of Missouri athletic department head coaches are coming to town today. I'm sure you saw that
Tomorrow.
for the 2 Fox.
It's at
tomorrow.
the Chicken and Pickle out in
Chuck.
St. Charles. And that's a year ago is when Dennis Gates gave me the video peppering papers to accept or deny the scholarship.
Right.
Because I said, hey, I want to do a little bit. Will you just record some audio? And he said, audio, give me your phone. Cranked out a little video.
Yeah.
There's a guy who knows the recruiting game.
That's my coach.
You accepted the scholarship.
Of course.
Is it awkward with Coach Schertz?
No, he knows. It's just business. It's never personal.
Nice.
When's your first day on campus?
Yeah, next year.
Next year it
Yeah,
starts. Okay.
It's going to be Jason Crow, Tony Bryant, Jameer Jones. I'll figure it out. And Trent Burns, Bryson Tiller, and me.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Wait till Lenardi hears that.
Yeah. Yeah. Six-man jack.
Doug, did you say they're not the top recruiting class anymore?
Yeah,
they got nicked?
Arkansas signed this 7-footer from
that's gonna
Finland
upset
the other
papers.
day.
Well, it depends on what site you're on.
Well,
I only look at Tiger Board.
I think it was ESPN said that Arkansas now is the number one.
I see we still haven't figured out the logistics of the Mizzou event since last week. That's from Bobby Big Wheels. He's not happy.
What's he concerned about? Not his problem.
Who's going to the SLU basketball celebration tonight at Chaffetz Arena? Go Bills. That's from the 302.
I thought I might. I got tickets.
Oh, are you going?
But
I might, yeah.
It's free, but you have to register. Go to SLUbillikens.com. Get your online tickets. They got a little presentation tonight at Chaffetz Arena.
Chairman
That's
Curtis
right.
raising his hand like he's in school. Yes,
how about
Chairman.
Surprise guest on the line?
Surprise
Let's
guest?
go. I didn't even know we're having a surprise. Okay.
Martin, this is an unscheduled surprise guest?
Who do we got? What caller? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I've been hanging on here by my fingernails, listening in and waiting on this big promotion for you guys to mention our big event at Chaffetz Arena tonight, where we're honoring the 25-26 Billikens team. And nothing. Once it got to you guys started talking about Mizzou, I had to call in.
Oh, no.
Wow. Coach Schertz.
It's Coach Schertz, Doug.
I've been waiting for you guys to plug it. I mean, I've been sitting here listening. And now, once we got to Mizzou, I had to call in. I had to stop these shenanigans.
Well, I appreciate that you do, because you can finally tend to Jackson acknowledging that he is going to be part of Missouri's rotation. Ooh. And I thought that you had made a really good faith offer to try and bring him to your program.
I mean, we've given him a uniform. We've made, NIL. I mean, we've given him an 8-figure offer.
8 figures, Doug.
That's decent. I mean, we're trying to. He's a hot commodity. What can you do? I mean,
well, I'm a high usage player, and so I feel like a little tick, a little guarantee of some PT would be that could really push it over the top.
What do they say? High usage, low efficiency. Those are guys in high
I'm
demand.
LaMelo
When you're
Ball.
looking at analytical models. High usage, low efficiency type guys. Those are the guys you want. Volume over quality.
That's right. A missed shot's better than a turnover.
How about that?
Absolutely. No, there's something to be said for usage. Somebody's believing in you. No, it's good. It's good to see you guys. I hear from you guys, but it's. No, we got a big one tonight. I heard we got, it sounds like about 1,500 tickets out for the event tonight at Chaffetz to honor the guys, kind of the last go around for this group before everybody, heads off. We got obviously a lot of guys coming back, but a chance for us with the seniors and Brody and Kalu and those guys to all be together one last time before we kind of turn the page to 26-27.
God, it's amazing how this team has the identity that it does with St. Louis area sports fans. I mean, because when you take a step back, you go, okay, it was a great year. Don't get me wrong. Second round exit. But I do feel like this team is held in high esteem. Doug, you were talking about going, and as you're sitting here talking about it, Coach, I'm sitting there going, God, my family might want to go to this too, because people loved not only watching the team, but I think the personality of the team.
I think that was a big piece. It's a group you could really wrap your arms around. It was the quality of the play. It's the quality of the people, right? And it's so much of a journey. I mean, it ends sadly for every team but one, right? I mean, even if you look at a UConn, they wanted one more, and so much of the journey is who you're with, who you do it with, and I think this group. The personalities of the people, the quality of human beings, the way they played, I think what they kind of represented in terms of, the city. I think there was a lot of, the way the guys kind of sacrificed for each other, the way the guys, had great teammates, great competitors. I think their fight, their commitment to winning. And I told them, their ability to care. I mean, and they cared about a lot of things, winning each other, but I also think they really cared about the city, and they gave back. And you look at them after games, the interactions with the kids, the way they interacted with the fans, the quality of the human beings. I think that was probably why they captured so much of our fans and hearts, and hopefully that's something we can continue to build on moving forward.
And will Robbie Avila be there tonight, and will you guys continue the ongoing feud?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I wonder if you guys will scrap.
I mean, we haven't been in the same room since the Michigan loss, which I really blamed on him.
Nice.
Mainly. I mean, you don't like to say one person was responsible in a team sport for a loss, but I think you can safely say that in the Michigan game.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. So, I mean, no, but I'm still amazed that on Twitter that there was a fair amount of people who and fair being like a lot of people that thought that was really like we were really upset with each other, and so I'm still, social media never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah.
And so it was. I didn't get a lot of credit because I did say I'd rather have Gibson Jimerson back for year 17 than year 5 with him. I really that kind of fell on deaf ears. That was I thought no one thought Gib and I are mad at each other. But yeah. So no, social media never ceases to amaze.
SlewBillikens.com. You get tickets. They're free. This is tonight at Chaffetz Arena. Doug's got tickets.
My wife just heard Coach call in and says, I think we have to go.
There you go.
My boys have become obsessed with the Billikens, so I think we'll be in attendance this evening for the fun and games. Can't wait. We'll go from the Missouri event, where we're speaking at the Missouri event,
Coach about that.
At noon. Well, Jackson's just leveraging. I mean, Jackson's leveraging here.
We have a Mizzou speaking event.
Yeah.
You have leverage, you got to use it.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be some good news for Billiken fans here in the days to come. So it's that'll be fun.
Tease.
And I think I'll leave a teaser out there, but hopefully some good news for Billiken and St. Louis fans here in the days to come, and excited to celebrate tonight and kind of, like I said, kind of capstone this season with our fans who were amazing all year long, and now we want this to become the norm. I said that when we got here. We didn't want the 10,000 plus in there. We didn't want it to be an anomaly when Dayton came to town or VCU. We wanted the fans to come see us, not who we were playing. And this year was a great starter, and now we want to build on that. And but we want to capstone this year, and then we want to get the excitement here rolling for what I think is going to be a terrific 26-27.
And then, Coach, is it 2 that are official in terms of new player? Are those Elijah Strong, the kid from South Carolina? Is that official?
Yeah, he's got to sign his documentation, but yeah, it's we've got a couple. We're really, I think, roster wise, we feel like we're done. We got a couple more announced this week, but I don't want to comment on that one in case the paper hasn't gone through yet. But no, we're in very good shape to kind of finish this off. And I think, like I said, this week, the coming days, we'll have some good news, and I think we'll make Billiken fans also, hopefully, people that aren't even super Billiken fans that just love St. Louis happy. So,
Tim, you might say Marquette's loss is losing game. I'm not going to say anything, though. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Billiken's big event tonight at Chaffetz Arena. Celebrate. Tim is there. Is that the celebrate? Doug
I guess I'm the keynote speaker.
You just became. You went from not unsure if you were going.
Didn't even know what was happening.
It moves quick in these negotiations. It's just like Jackson getting that 8-figure offer. Things move quickly on the show, Coach.
For being a low contributor, is that what you are?
Yeah. No, high usage, low efficiency.
Low efficiency. Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
high usage, low efficiency player. The analytical models love that. When you can get the ball a lot and do a lot, but it not be very effective. That's kind of where
I'm a chucker.
You're hoping a turnaround.
Chucker.
Yeah, I catch it. I put the ball up in the air.
Coach, we appreciate the call in, and it sounds like we're going to see you this evening.
Look forward to it, guys. Look forward to seeing you this evening. Appreciate it. See everybody tonight. Thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Coach. That's Coach Josh Schertz calling in. Surprise guest. Was that scheduled in any capacity? Did anybody know anything about it?
I was texting him about something else, and then there was a lot of Mizzou talk, and I thought you might want to intervene.
Jackson,
I actually think
8-figure offer, and you're going to keep doing this in Movie Boy?
It's going to be tough to hear for Sven.
Sven doesn't know you guys have
independently wealthy.
You could still play there. You get off work here at, I don't know, noon, 1 o'clock or so if you
He stays here till 5 o'clock every day because he's off the Addy.
Get to practice or get to a game, yeah.
I'm always ready.
All right.
So you're in now?
Yeah, no warm-up needed.
Now Martin's going to see Coach Gates tomorrow, and it's just going to go back and forth. And then Brad Underwood's going to get involved.
Listen, I just want to be on the floor. That's all I care about. Money, all this other stuff.
You want
move to the side. I need to get on the floor. I need to contribute.
Yeah.
But I think Coach was alluding to, there's a big kid that went to Marquette from John Burroughs. I think it's Sheik Pearson, tall kid who transferred out of Marquette. And I think there's a belief he's going to be signing with your Billikens. Although Coach didn't say that, I'm kind of piecing it together for you. They have signed a couple of guys that Elijah Strong played at South Carolina.
Right. Good ball player.
Big, strong kid. And then the Colorado guy who's
really good.
Similar-ish, kind of to Avila,
Yeah.
In some ways.
Yeah.
There's
in his own
power.
way. I mean, he's a big guy.
Bigger guy who can shoot threes and can kind of pass the ball.
Yeah.
So they're close to done. But the event tonight, slewbillikens.com, I didn't know how well publicized it was. And since we get paid by them, I thought I'd throw it out there.
Yeah, that's correct. Although Doug said he didn't get his duffel bag of cash on Friday. Something was wrong there.
Perhaps they're converting it to gold bullion.
You're in the bullion.
That's how I prefer
You're in the
Chase
bullion.
this dough and get money.
There it is. How about that?
That is really catchy.
That is catchy. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Martin, you know anything about Seth Gouldcamp and Design Air?
I do. It's a company that's based in St. Louis. That's a company that's going to be here for the next 10, 20, 50 years. They've already been here for more than 100. It's somebody you can count on. And when it's that HVAC unit, you need a true professional. It's not something you're going to Google or go to YouTube and try and fix it yourself. You want the pros. And when you get the pros at Design Air, you get the best. Employees not only good at their craft, but also honest, tell you what you need to have done, and they don't add on anything extra. They also have maintenance plans. That's a really smart thing to do. So you got to keep an eye on the HVAC. You forget about it every once in a while, and it's so important in your home. Summertime when that air conditioning is just blasting away, wintertime, you count on it. Sign up for one of those maintenance plans. Designerservice.com. Find out all the information you need. The company that we all here on this show know and trust, longest running sponsor as well of TMA. For all things heating and cooling year-round, it's designerservice.com.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. B.J. Thomas. It's B.J. Thomas's birthday, too. Just like Too Short.
Really?
Yeah, Too Short turning 60, B.J. Thomas.
He's no longer with us.
It's not his birthday.
Okay.
What's the theme, buddy?
Who knows?
Wow. Tell you what, you get your 8-figure offer, you start to become a little condescending.
I didn't mean to.
We don't care about anyone else.
It's kind of been rainy the last couple of days. I don't know. Feels like a good time as any. We were talking about who, B.J. Thomas yesterday.
We were.
Seems like some correlation.
This was the big song in the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
One of my favorites. Kind of makes no sense in that movie.
No,
but
didn't really.
It's fun.
They were riding around on bicycles.
Yeah, Paul Newman
did this montage.
Road to Perdition.
That was his last movie.
Aye. Tom Hanks.
Not a fun watch, but a good movie.
Tough.
Why so tough?
Long. It's about father-son, and it's kind of sad.
Irish mob.
Yeah. But it's good.
I'm tired of the stereotypes. I know Martin is as well.
Yeah.
And that's why Jeff Suppan will no longer be saying top of the morning to us.
His wife was bothered that was his expression.
It was offensive. Yep. I tweeted about it. Tired of being judged by my Irish heritage and the family escaping the potato famine. Hope other former Cardinals respect my wishes. And I got a lot of likes. It was big day.
You were hurt by that.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted
You are
some
a
attention.
victim.
Family Guy's landing the plane in Ireland, and the kid said something to the dad about all those stereotypes. They're horrible, son. It's just not fair. And then the plane skids down on the runway over a bunch of broken beer bottles and whiskey glasses.
I used to play this with the top down while I was pretending to be a woman. That's from Gus Chiggin's prospecting party.
I expect a lot of that goes on.
You can text in as well with how this song ties into your life. 314-399-9646. Save that number and be a friend of the program. Or you can just open up the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk it over with Milk. Doug, is it Milk Jr.?
I don't know who it is.
And Scorzy and STL Chris and the TMA Remote Lamp and Earl Geddes, who says his little brother played Major League Baseball.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Congrats to him.
Do you recognize the name Geddes from
Geddes.
Major League Baseball?
Yeah, somebody texted in that played for the Royals from the Metro East.
Yeah, it says great ball player out of Belleville East.
Carl Geddes played for Mizzou.
That's
defensive
the
back.
one.
That's defensive back.
That's
from
who I brought up earlier.
Zumwalt West, and then I think I
Brian
mistakenly-
Geddes, former outfielder for the Royals.
Tim, Earl hates you. Okay? I don't know Earl, Doug.
Earl hates you.
No, I don't know Earl.
But he says his grandson is about to be a name in baseball. This is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Chairman Kurt, you tend to interact in there. You were asking people's favorite rascal earlier.
That I asked Earl.
Oh, you asked Earl.
Yeah, and Earl said he wants to call in. I gave him the number. It's time.
What
to
did he say? Call in, big man?
Call in, big Earl.
Yeah, don't talk about it. Be about it.
Yeah. 314-974-0101. And Earl can express why he dislikes me. There's really a large number of options.
Mm-hmm.
So Earl will move you to the front of the line, and that will upset Larry Nickel, who is on
hold for a couple hours.
Is he? How are you guys doing? Because I know that there was tension. He had a self-imposed banishment from the program.
Yeah, I haven't had any interaction with Larry. I answered the phone, put him on hold, and that's been the extent of our conversation. But he's still there.
Doug joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Larry Nickel with us. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Hello, Nixie.
You still pissed at Chairman Kurt?
About what?
Wow. How about that? That's a guy who can move on. He's like, that's a closer mentality.
Skip
What
always
game last
says,
night?
turn the page.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, that's it.
I'm about to do it.
Well, what happened on the show last night of importance?
Well, if you really didn't watch him for the past 30-some odd years, Doug.
Been that long, yeah.
No, but since you didn't watch it last night for the past 34 years, I'll let you know.
Okay, now would be a good time for that.
I was going to get to it until you interrupted me, Doug.
Okay, sorry. Doggone it.
Anyway, that was an impromptu women's Intercontinental title match where Becky Lynch defended her title against Io Sky. And toward the end of the match, when the referee wasn't looking, there was interference from Asuka. And the winner of the match, and still women's Intercontinental champion, Becky Lynch.
The man.
Now, why did Oscar come down and interfere in this?
Not Oscar, Asuka.
Asuka.
Okay.
Yeah. Why was he in there?
Pay attention.
Sorry.
Put that off.
She came down to interfere because apparently Asuka still has beef with Io Sky for not being by her side because they're both from Japan.
Okay, they're both from Japan, but on different sides.
That's good.
Yeah, she chose Rhea Ripley instead of her fellow country people.
I see. And Oscar was having none of it.
It's Oscar, not Oscar.
Okay.
We're really
Get it
struggling
right,
with
Doug.
this. Get it right.
So what else happened?
Larry, Larry, real quick, are you a little extra ornery today?
When it comes to Doug not saying names right.
That's fair.
Okay, sorry.
All you accepted, Doug.
Okay, I'm not well schooled in the science of the squared circle.
It shows a long history of people not accepting apologies, so that's good. That's big.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world available?
Yes, I do, Jim. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Number 5, Nigeria.
Huh. Okay.
Number 4 will be Antarctica.
Oh, brother.
Yes, brother. Number 3 will be Greenland.
Okay.
Number 2, Canada. Number 1, United States of America.
Okay.
Oh, how about this? How about that, Doug?
Okay.
Did I get you
fade
fired
it
up?
Nicely. Who was that?
Woody Guthrie?
Oh, and Jackson just looked at you like you got to be horse plowing me, brother.
I didn't know
thought you were a
Oscar
Patriot.
or Woody Guthrie.
Larry, are you horse plowing me?
No.
Yep.
Okay, I guess I was. Plower.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he is, Larry Nickel, and not sideways with Chairman Kurt. He has moved on. He doesn't even know what we're talking about. Closer mentality. Field goal kicker mentality, minus Bobby Boots.
Okay.
Nope.
Minus.
Now you just can't leave.
How about that? Bronx Tale. That was Chaz Palminteri.
Oh, okay.
Now you just can't leave.
Now you just can't leave.
That's a great movie.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you done a movie boy on it?
No, but I like.
Come on and talk about it.
But it's like a real change up for De Niro. You know, he plays the mob boss so often,
Like
the
the
bad
intern.
guy or the anti-hero. Yeah, well, we all got to eat, and but he plays like the real good Samaritan in that one, the bus driver. Whereas Chaz, who did that movie as a one-man play for a long time.
How about that, Doug? Chaz Palminteri did that as a one-man play.
For a long time.
He played the role of Claude Janot as well.
Yeah, it was he did it himself, one-man play. But it's a real nice change of pace for De Niro.
Okay.
That's what you say on Movie Boy.
That, and it's in the same
Change
era
of pace.
as Copland, where he kind of plays just kind of a nothing detective role, which is odd. But I like that movie.
Not a huge commercial hit, huh?
Bronx Tale?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's probably lived on in DVD sales like crazy and rentals.
Made for $10 million, box office $17 million.
I bet that's been a very popular streaming
And that's
slash
Wikipedia.
DVD.
I mean, who knows,
Yeah.
right?
But an underrated, and when you look at the mob classics.
97% Rotten Tomatoes. You don't acknowledge.
Well, sometimes. They're not
When it
always
fits your
wrong.
narrative.
Well, it's not always right. It's just that it shouldn't be the end all be all for you to decide if you should see a movie or not.
Father Brown Eye, Doug, he has the parish over in Belleville, so maybe he knows Earl Geddes. He says the church stands with Tim.
No, come on.
Yep. That's Father Brown Eye, who does
That's
a
his
wonderful
name?
job.
The Reverend Brown Eye.
Got that off.
Handling today's nuptials. Father Brown Eye, Brown Eye.
So, yes. Is Earl Geddes on the line, Chairman Kurt?
No, and he's gone ghost in that YouTube
Oh,
channel.
no. No.
As Larry was doing his thing, I said, Earl, this could have been you.
Yep, this is your time. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. That is at 9:45 here on TMA. When you look in the mirror, what do you see? Jagged yellow teeth, grinding your teeth from stress, coffee habit caught up to you. It's not just about vanity and looks. It's about looking and feeling your best with a healthy smile. Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental's my guy. They do more than your typical dentist. They don't just clean teeth. 100 West Dental rebuilds smiles and confidence. And if you have worn teeth or chipped edges, Dr. Pryor handles the heavy lifting with veneers, bonding, and full mouth rehabs. Right now, they are offering complimentary consultations at 100 West Dental, which is located on Manchester in Baldwin. If you are tired of the jagged look, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. Stop smiling with your mouth closed in photos. Go see Dr. Pryor, 100 westdental.com. It is 9 o'clock in St. Louis as we go into the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Well, here we go. Great opportunity here. FanDuel serving up a happy hour every day during the playoffs. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. And the best part, it's every single day. So whether you're betting the early game or gearing up for prime time, make sure you open the FanDuel app and see what's waiting for you today. Martin, you've got to play.
We've got that Sabres-Bruins series. It's shifted back to Buffalo.
My.
It could be a closeout game for the Sabres. I think they'll get it done. Maybe you get an empty netter. The over-under, only 5.5. Boy, Buffalo they've gone over that 3 out of the 4 games. I'm going to go over. And Sabres to finish them off.
Oh,
at home.
parlay. How do you do?
6:30 tonight.
A lot of people have adopted those Sabres. Buffalo with a chance to close out the Bruins tonight. Martin on the Sabres and the over 5.5. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Bring out the brooms because the Thunder beat the Suns last night 131-122, sweeping the Phoenix Suns. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 31 points, 8 assists. The Oklahoma City Thunder await the winner of the Lakers and Rockets series. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Wichita lineman.
Bingo. I thought you were poor lyrically.
I didn't say I could sing it. I recognized the tune. This is a Glenn Campbell hit.
Soupy?
Not Soupy.
Gyrin! And you just pony up at Gyrin one afternoon. Just like live bet European soccer.
Have you been there before?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Sit on the old couch over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, what time you going? He would have soup on a couple times a year.
The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford will be with us tomorrow, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Online at evergreen-ws.com, 314-889-0503. Mark Hanna can handle a meat and potatoes guy like me, and then all the way up to a guy like Jackson. And you got him handling your trust fund?
Yeah. Yep.
Boy, that isn't easy.
No,
That's gotta
certainly
be a team.
not. Sorry, yeah, he's got a good staff there. Evergreen Wealth Strategies. They take care of you.
Had to hire more associates, no doubt, to deal with your level of wealth.
Right, yeah. Literal manpower is needed.
Amen. I like that. 314-889-0503. Whether you have a trust fund or you're just meat and potatoes, get yourself a financial advisor. Plus, Mark Hanna is just a wonderful person who makes you feel better about the world and your financials after having a conversation with him. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. There's a lot going on here. Dogtown Dumper Pumper says, I have a serious beef with you all. But that's how it starts. Is that Earl Geddes? No, Chairman Kurt's down on this Earl Geddes. Carl Geddes, Martin, Missouri Secondary, Earl Geddes, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Not happy with the show.
Did he spell out his beef?
What's the issue, Chairman? You were in there talking about his little rascal friends?
You talking Earl?
Earl Geddes.
He seemed to have a problem with the lack of sports talk maybe early on. I can't remember. He might have said something about you. That's what set me off.
Right.
And then he got friendly, and now he's gone. APB Earl.
I guess the first time nobody came for a while. I was in one of the wrong ones, and then I just switched over to a busy one, and then, I don't know, just some chick came in, and supposedly she saw me or whatever.
What if you've listened to the show for a long time? I'm still new, but if you've listened for a long time and you know all the drops, you know the people involved, and now you're on a first date and you're driving around or you've been dating for a little while, and then she just said, well, what was that? Oh, that's a guy that was in a porta potty, and he was kind of like down low, swimming around in the feces, and then people... Excuse me? Well, why did they play it?
Well, he did an interview.
He's like a friend of the show.
I don't suppose you reached out to him yet, did you, Martin?
No.
Surprise guest.
I said
Josh Schertz was a surprise guest in the 8 o'clock hour, not the porta potty guy.
We'd have a really loaded dossier if we had Josh Schertz and the porta potty guy.
And the porta potty guy.
Martin's in possession of his phone number, too, so...
Well, the chairman, whenever I say, oh, he'd be good, oh, she'd be good, he'll fire off a number to me. I think Marla Gibbs last week, we were workshopping whether she'd be awake or not because it was out west.
I sent
She's
you one
93.
I sent you one yesterday, too.
And then I believe Steve Urkel was sent in my door. Jaleel White. I was thinking about reaching out, but I wasn't sure what my pitch was. Hey, the guys are big fans of yours.
There you go.
That's a start.
The porta potty guy is the definition of second question problem.
Not really.
You think there's
what are you up
a lot
to
of meat
now?
on that bone?
How sick did you get?
I think there's a lot there.
Hepatitis? Have you done it before?
How did you first start wading into the feces?
Cut that off.
Would you describe yourself as deranged?
What exactly do you look for?
So, you're up in that Chicago area. You like the Cubs or Sox? Like, you could ask a million questions.
No one who listens to this show goes on dates, Martin. That's from the amateur proctologist.
No, that's a good point. Sorry,
tough but fair. I got this last night. I don't know if this is going to lead to him calling in or not, but how about this? Apropos of nothing, Doug, I was already in a pill-induced sleep, but McGreevy texted and said, forgot to text you after the game, but damn, what great crowds from the St. Louis fans this past weekend. Me and the boys were stoked to see it. How about that? I was there on Saturday. Martin, you went Friday. Jackson, you went Saturday. I can't speak to Sunday outside of what I saw on television, but I did think while I was sitting there on Saturday, and again, I mean, I don't know if you could pick out better weather, but nonetheless, it is a team that has a lot of low expectations, that it was a good crowd. That's what I thought.
They announced 30,780 on Sunday.
Wow.
I noticed Friday that staying till the bitter end, we're walking out. Do you like to say, Doug, streaming out of the stadium?
Sure.
Pretty healthy amount of people streaming out of the park, heading to their cars, which is a sign they hung around as well. That's good to hear. Yeah. I would think if you're a player, if you're drafted by the Cardinals, even in the last 6-7 years, you would say, oh, yeah, it's a great organization, man. That ballpark, I've watched it in the playoffs when I was a kid. You have this idea in your head of what it would be like to play at Busch, and then the last couple of years you get called up. You're like, oof, wow. And I'm sure in the back of their mind, wow, I thought it was bigger than this. I thought it was a better turnout. So it would be nice to see, if you're a young player, to kind of get that experience at some point.
Yeah, that was like I said, unprovoked. He just sent that, I guess, after the game last night. And I guess that game probably ended, about 9:15, 9:30 St. Louis time, in that range, maybe? I don't know. I watched, obviously, till the end, but was already asleep and woke up to that. So I texted him. Of course, he's always welcome to
he could
partake
take
in the
Soup's
program
spot tomorrow.
That's right. I think those two interacting would be good. What do you think? SoCal boys, kind of on the laid-back train.
Now we know they've met.
Yeah, didn't know they were major league
church
pitchers.
Retreat. Yeah. Michael McGreevy, Cardinal pitcher, hanging with Jeff Suppan, former Cardinal pitcher. Oh, yeah, what do you do? Oh, you pitch. Oh, I used to pitch there. Oh, really? That's how they met. Not at a fantasy camp, not at a Cardinal alumni event. Well, McGreevy, call in. Let's see, logistically, he pitches what, maybe Friday?
I think he's going to pitch Saturday because they got the Dobbins start.
Right.
And how about this? At least as of a half hour ago, I don't know why it would have been announced unless a Pirates beat writer. The Pirates don't know who they're starting tonight again.
Yeah, it's still blank on the probable pitchers.
I heard Chip Carey say they're going to announce it in the postgame. They didn't, and it's still TBD.
Yeah.
And last night they had that conglomerate that had a perfect game going. Yeah. And Skeens is pitching on Thursday now. He was going to pitch on Wednesday. So if you got a Skeens getaway day, 11:30 Central Time start, wow. Wow.
What's the time under on that one available?
I mean,
2 hours maybe?
2 hours, 3 minutes probably. Yeah, Bubba Chandler's starting tomorrow night for the Pirates.
Okay, he was originally listed as the Tuesday
That's
starter.
correct.
Nobody's listed today on MLB.com.
What if they didn't pitch anybody? Wouldn't that be something?
Just throw it up yourself and hit it.
Machine pitch.
Played that game in the alleys. I've watched more Cardinal games this year than I did the entirety of last year. This team is very entertaining. That's from 88 Keys Entertainment. I think if you could, before a season, go, okay, what would be traits that would make a team with, relative to the past, low expectations and low Q rating, low recognizability? What would be some traits that would endear them? It would certainly be personality. It would be, when you see cutaways in the dugout, enthusiasm. And then, from an on-the-field perspective, it would be the feeling that as a fan, they don't mail it in, and even when they're down, they don't give up. People can apply that to sports. They can apply it to their own lives. They can say, to their kids, look at this. These guys are down. They've been down so many times where they've had to come back. They're 5-0 in extra inning games. Those are traits that create likability. Those are traits that create buy-in from a fan base. And so far, even though it's highly unlikely that this is a great team, you have those three traits so far in approximately the first 30 days of the season.
I think stars also go a long way toward exciting the fan base. And Walker certainly played like a star the first month of the season. Weatherholt looks like he's going to be a star. Everybody loves McGreevy. Everybody loves Mason Wynn. So I think as they develop some big-time star players, potentially all-star quality players, that has a big role in it too.
So all that positivity, Tim, I can kind of feel just a slight bit of energy in town. Then the first text I look at, Cards are trash.
Yep, there it is.
There it is, right at the top of
There it is. What do you get this weekend? You got the Dodgers in town. I mean, you want to talk about Q rating and recognizability and star power. I mean, it doesn't get any better than the dynasty coming to town. Unfortunately, from a weather standpoint, it doesn't look like we're going to have the incredible conditions we had this past weekend for the Mariners series. Some rain potentially in the forecast with a high of 58 for the Friday night game, high of 58 for the Saturday game. Sunday looks glorious, sunny and 68. What do you think? I would imagine people would come. I mean, I know I'd want to take my boys down there to see that caliber of team.
And if you're a Dodger fan somewhere in the region, you're going to go because chance to see them play. So you'll have a lot of Dodger fans.
Yeah, could be some of the biggest crowds of the year, I would think.
I would say, and Saturday is a night game. Is that on Fox, Doug? That is, I think, on Saturday night. But I would say Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What's your biggest?
Sunday is Saturday is a Fox game.
Saturday night.
Saturday night is a Fox game, yeah.
I'm going to say each day you're in that 30 to 35 range.
Yeah, I would think with the Dodgers, yeah.
Cooler temperatures this weekend.
It's just like it's October, brother.
Yeah.
Just like
Getting you ready for the NLCS?
Yeah.
Cardinals a half game out of the wild card, Doug.
Okay. Gives us a lot of hope. Last night they were about one pitch away from having lost their fifth in a row. But that tells you how quickly our sentiments turn around.
Well, I still don't think they're very good. But with that said, I like the fact that I can watch the game. But last night was a game where it wasn't like you felt like anything was, you like this term, percolating?
I don't mind it.
I talked to my mom late night last night. She goes, I turned it off after the eighth inning. She goes, they had a chance, and I gave up. I'm like, you can't give up on this team. And then I berated her for 5 minutes.
Did you scream at her?
Yeah.
How about Burleson's 2 hits? One breaking up the perfect game, and then, Doug, do you like this term, a little nubber down the third base line?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Little nubber? Jackson, you like the term little nubber?
Love it.
Do you really?
Sure.
He looked like he was laughing because I think he knows he's a big, strong guy, and then gets on base with that.
I think you'd rather reach on a Baltimore chop than a nubber, but you take your hits however you can get them.
Weatherholt in his hometown. A lot of fans, family, friends there. Game-tying home run in the ninth. Couple of strikes. All of a sudden, I looked up. They still had that rally going. We kept saying, they only got one out. Still only got one out. Jose Fermin, who I had shipped out for Velasquez a while back. He's a decent little ball player.
Sure.
There was a lot of maneuvering. If you look, I enjoyed looking at that box score because you had Vic Scott, served as a pinch runner, then played center field. You had Fermin, who was a pinch hitter, who stayed in and played left. You had Nathan Church, who was in center, then moved to left. So JC went from left to third. Gorman went third back. It was a great, if you're like managing, maneuvering the roster, that was a good use of all the players. Urias came in late. Everybody had a role, except our guy Pozo. I feel like he may be on the back of a milk carton here soon.
No.
Not getting much tick.
No.
Jackson demanded tick from Coach Schertz.
I did.
Dennis Gates is going to give it to him.
I feel like I'm in a position to negotiate.
And when we have this speaking engagement here, Doug, in less than 3 hours at the Llewellyns in Webster Groves, come on out for the Missouri Tiger Club meeting. Jackson, there are guys waiting there to fight you.
Yeah, that sounds awful. I'm not looking for any experience. I'd love to talk some Tigers, hang out. I like the burger there a lot.
Yeah, it's a nice burger at Llewellyn's.
I put it on English muffin, which I always appreciate.
But now you find out there's some guys just toughing around.
Yeah, like just going to swing at me? I don't like that.
Kind of tucked back in there. Is that Moody Avenue?
Yeah, it's on Moody.
Okay, yeah.
It's a good spot.
Well, that's where we'll be at noon.
That's right.
So we'll do after the morning after from 11 to 11:40.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then Doug and I will head there. Martin will already be there, and you're going to vamp Martin?
Yeah, stretch.
Hey, the guys are on their way. If you have any questions, feel free to fire away. But now let's not get into the meat of it just yet because the boys will be here, and they're big, true sons.
Just do Ask Tiger Mike.
Ask Tiger Mike.
They would probably enjoy that.
Yeah. You've got one day in Webster. What would you do? And then the player just said, I don't know, man, like play video games and stuff. No, but you're in Columbia, Missouri. You're a true son. What would you like to do in that one day? Yeah, just like play video games and stuff.
How much do I love Llewellyn's? I eat here.
Kai has a little nubber. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville at Webster Groves. No, Doug, a little nubber is just a little ground ball, can't be fielded.
Right.
And Alec Burleson had 2 little nubbers. That's right.
And he needed them because he hadn't had a hit for a while.
No, that's right. Those people that want to fight like that just need help. I'll come and swing on him, Jackie. That's from Stepdad Gary.
I'm hoping this day goes without any kind of fisticuffs.
Yeah.
There you go, Jenks.
Anybody who wants to punch Jackson, I would punch.
How about that?
My man.
Martin, we're going to have a scrap, Doug.
My man.
So you're going to wait for them to punch Jackson first, and then you'll take a swing at him?
All they got to do, they swing. Jackson kind of dodges a little bit, little bob weave or whatever, and I'll just walk over and clock him.
Yeah.
That seems like a reasonable plan.
Yeah, I think that's a good play.
Let's see. What you really want is a good piece of hitting after a 10-pitch at bat, not a 450 home run on the first pitch. That's from Jackson's boy body.
Nice.
Doug, you like that? You prefer a good piece of hitting after a 10-pitch at bat or a 450 home run?
I prefer the 450-foot home run.
Yikes.
And it's only a good piece of hitting if it's an opposite field
That's correct.
single.
Burleson's were both good pieces of hitting.
Then I don't know.
There's a little number.
I think that was a lucky, very lucky piece of hitting. Whether that's he didn't strike out, I'll give him that. And when you put the ball in play, you always got a shot. But
I thought both the Pies homer and the Weatherhold both were clocked pretty good.
Yeah.
And Nathan
nice
Church was so much so that they called for the review on it. I was pretty sure that wasn't a home run, but I guess they had we have some challenges, so why not?
Could have been 3 runs if it was fair.
Yeah, that would have been 3 straight days with home runs for him. Where the hell that's come from?
Yeah, he's in the hell out of it.
Lay off my little nubber, man. That's from Sweet Sweet Kai in response to the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove. Send your texts in the morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can send your emails in. 314-399-9646 is how you can send those texts in. And Harrison's brother, Master, is raging. He thinks he's blocked.
Blocking!
He has sent in 5 texts in the last 10 minutes asking if he's blocked.
Yes. Yes is the answer.
No,
So you
you're
can
just a
stop
bad
texting
texter.
in.
He's upset about something. That what the F is this article that Cairo might be back? Am I blocked? What the F is this article that Cairo?
Yes, you're
Am
blocked.
I blocked? What the God. Well, they're not happy in the text inbox, and that can happen every once in a while.
Just got
Sometimes-
away from us.
Yeah.
I mean, everything was fine.
All right, it was fine. And then Harrison's brother Master thought he was blocked. All right, we'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN.
Caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football, and it's back at the Dome for the 2026 season. And Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. Plus, on top of all that, you get a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. With this deal, you can get game day ready with the Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. Again, 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips. I like dunking it in the barbecue sauce personally. I also like the Chipotle Ranch. And an order of potato wedges, that gets catsup. Plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. That's the Battlehawks partnering up with Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
CMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Show is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, and from Brown and Crouppen, representing Ed Herman is his son, Doug, right on your right. His name is Brody Herman, right over there in the Steeple studio.
I saw him standing over. Hello, Brody.
Hello. Of course, it is an honor and privilege. It is every time to be on the morning after.
Yes. Doug needs to hear that because I think there's a part of him that doesn't want to do 50 years on the show.
Oh, it's the highlight of my week, without a doubt. It's just one of the best shows in the entire St. Louis area. And tremendous win by the Cardinals last night, breaking a 3-game losing streak after being swept by the Seattle Mariners 4-2. Cardinals beat the Pirates with a late 9th-inning rally. Dusty May only giving up 2 earned runs, a 4-2 victory for the St. Louis Cardinals. Obviously, their pitching staff is still an atrocity, having the second worst swing and miss rate in the league and the number 1 worst strikeout rate in all of Major League Baseball. Hunter Dobbins debuting for the team on Thursday, going up against Paul Skeens. So, that's not really a game I think the Cardinals are going to win, but hopefully Hunter Dobbins could show us something. There are a lot of people that believe that the Cardinals should sign T1 Walker after being released by the Philadelphia Phillies to help the starting pitching depth. So maybe they need another starting pitcher, but I'm interested to see what Hunter Dobbins can do for the Cardinals. He's obviously a young pitcher. We acquired him from the Boston Red Sox this offseason, and hopefully he can make an impact for the Cardinals, giving us the starting pitching depth we need. Obviously, we're still 3 games out of the Central. The Pirates still have 1 more win than the Cardinals do, but they have the same amount of losses. Tim is very high on the Pittsburgh Pirates this year. He's putting a lot of stock in them, and hopefully, the Cardinals can do better than expected and at least place better than worse in the division. And Nathan Church hitting 5 home runs, but I know people want Lars Nootbaar back. I know he can control the strike zone. I know he's a leader in the clubhouse, but Nathan Church has been awfully impressive. He's been awfully impressive, and hopefully he can find some playing time because he's third.
They'll put him in center.
They could put him in center. That's right, Doug.
Sure.
Because Victor Scott has struggled this year. He has not had as many stolen bases as expected. I'm very disappointed by Victor Scott. I question at times if he should even be in the major leagues or not. That's how much I question Victor Scott. I know he's got a lot of speed, but is Nathan Church more valuable in center field than Victor Scott? I think about that sometimes because he's really struggling this year and is not really pulling his weight in the lineup for the Redbirds. But Nathan Church has been awfully impressive. 5 home runs. J.J. Weatherholt, 6 home runs. And, of course, Jordan Walker leading the team with 8 home runs. J.J. Weatherholt, the Cardinals could be giving him an extension very, very soon, and he's going to earn it, with his performance, and could be a mainstay for the Cardinals at second base for years to come.
After a month of baseball now, and you watch this Cardinal team, should they play just to see what they've got in the organization, give everybody runway, or should they play to try to get in the playoffs?
No. Just play everyone in the organization. I mean, that's a bridge too far to act like this is actually a playoff team.
About it.
I'm not trying to, but, you got Leahy and Palante, and hopefully Dobbins could be something. Who knows?
How would you like to be Dobbins? All right, we're going to give you a shot, buddy. Okay, you're going against Paul Skeens.
It's rough. It's rough. Even if he gives up like 1 earned run or 2 earned runs, at least show us something that you belong on the major league roster because, and act like you're a starter because we have a lot of guys that are playing the role of starting pitcher but aren't actually starting pitchers. So hopefully Dobbins can form and come into his own. That's what I would be so excited about. I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, the Blues looking for multiple assistant coaches after letting go Mike Weber and Claude
We
Julien.
switched topics real quick right there.
Absolutely, we did. And, of course, I got some
Pay
candidates.
attention, Doug.
I just want to throw some names out there. Let everybody food for thought here. David Backus and Jay Bouwmeester would be great to bring back in the organization. Ray Bennett, who was the assistant coach for the Blues from 2007 to 2017. He's a great power play coach. Don Granado, who was formerly the former head coach of the Buffalo Sabres. And he is a guy that really develops young players really well. I'm interested in seeing the Blues will be interested in hiring him. Dan Hinote, who's currently an assistant coach for the Tampa Bay Lightning, high-energy guy, could connect with the young players in the Blues organization. I think would be great to have back in our organization as our assistant head coach. So those are some names just want to throw out there. Food for thought that could be assistant coaches for the St. Louis Blues. Just food for thought.
A lot of former players on that list. I like that list.
Yeah,
I hadn't heard
bad.
too many people outside of maybe Strickland's world workshopping the assistant list. I like that list.
Oh, are you kidding? I'm workshopping everything. And, of course, the St. Louis University Billikens have just brought in another transfer, Elijah Strong, 6 feet, 8-inch power forward from the South Carolina Gamecocks. Another big, high major transfer. We've got the 6'9" kid from Colorado. Now we've got a guy from South Carolina. These are high major schools that we're getting players from for the Billikens, building for next season, and hopefully making the NCAA tournament for the second year in a row. I'm very excited. Elijah Strong averaging 10 points last year, starting 18 games for the South Carolina Gamecocks. So very excited to see what Elijah Strong can do for the St. Louis University Billikens roster. I'm very excited about the transfers that Josh Schertz is bringing, and we're returning 9 players to the Billiken roster.
Probably a little bit in the weeds, but I actually looked at his stats. Elijah Strong's averaged 10 a game, which is not bad. And then you look, he only played 17 minutes a game.
Yeah.
17 minutes, 10 points. That's pretty. Papers would just not say that's pretty good production. 17 minutes, 10 points a game.
No, it's not bad production at all. I don't think that's bad at all. I'm excited to see what he can do for the Billikens because South Carolina was dreadful last year. So hopefully he'll actually make the NCAA tournament with the Billikens joining them this year. But I'm very excited about that. And, of course, Mizzou did unbelievably well in the NFL draft. 6 draft picks, not the record, 7 in 1981. Of course, 6 draft picks in the second round. We had Zion Young go to the Baltimore Ravens, Josiah Trotter being drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the second round, Keegan Trost, offensive tackle, drafted by the Los Angeles Rams, and Chris McClellan, defensive tackle, drafted by the Green Bay Packers, both in the 3rd round. The 5th round, Kevin Coleman, drafted by the Miami Dolphins, and the 7th round, Toriano Pride, drafted by the Buffalo Bills. So we had 6 draft picks Mizzou had, and of course the St. Louis area had additional draft picks. Jeremiah Love, my former classmate of 2 years, he was drafted as the highest ever draft pick from the St. Louis area, 3rd overall pick by the Arizona Cardinals. Best move the franchise has made since signing Kurt Warner in 2005. I cannot wait to see what Love does for the Arizona Cardinals. And you have Will Lee, of course, drafted by the Carolina Panthers in the 4th round. Yeah, the blanket. That's right. The blanket. Will Kazmarek, tight end from Ohio State, drafted in the 3rd round by the Miami Dolphins. And, of course, 2 other local guys, Kevin Coleman, who graduated from St. Mary's High School back in 2022, and Toriano Pride, who graduated from East St. Louis back in 2022, each drafted by the Dolphins and the Bills, respectively. So the St. Louis area and Mizzou both had a great showing in the NFL draft. So fun to watch, of course. It was in Pittsburgh, a lovely city Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is, and has an amazing football tradition with the Steelers.
Huh. Have you been to Pittsburgh?
I have not been to Pittsburgh. I'd love to go up there, though. I need to get up to Pennsylvania more. I've been to Philadelphia. I've been to Philadelphia before, but I've not been to Pittsburgh.
I think Chip referenced last night that a lot of the fans that would have otherwise been at PNC were over at the hockey game.
That's right.
Because they had the Penguins going, playoff game.
Well, yeah.
So maybe tonight we'll see all those fans. Well, maybe not.
Well, I'm very disappointed by the Penguins in the series. I mean, they're down right now. They're on the ropes against the Philadelphia Flyers. Very disappointed when I'm seeing out the Penguins, but obviously they're not getting any younger. Letang, Crosby, Carlson, and Malkin. They are a very veteran, latent team and are not getting any younger, but they are definitely on the ropes going up against the Flyers. So, and you're right, because, the Pirates have been so irrelevant. I mean, they haven't made the playoffs in so many years. I mean, how could you? I mean, they're the worst sports franchise in all of Pittsburgh. They've been terrible. I mean, it's just been awful. Paul Skeens is the glimmer of hope. And, O'Neal Cruz is very talented. Very talented young man. 6 feet, 7 inches tall. And this guy has got unbelievable speed, an unbelievable cannon of the arm. One of the best defenders in all of Major League Baseball. He's got a lot of potential. Brian Reynolds needs to live up to his contract in left field. Marcell Ozuna at DH. Now he's wearing a gold yellow sleeve. Remember when he used to wear a green sleeve?
Yeah, I used to write into the Post-Dispatch to complain about that.
So at least the
looks like a slime-colored green that he would use to wear.
The yellow at least would match what's going on in Pittsburgh. The green felt like he moved here from Miami and goes, I just got some stuff I'll just keep using.
Yeah, but does he fill the void for Andrew McCutchen in Pittsburgh? I don't know. And
he's hitting $161 right now.
Well, that sums up
homers.
Marcell Ozuna in a complete nutshell. He's there to provide a little pop in the lineup as always. And, the Pirates are trying to just not be last. That's the goal, not be last. Don Kelly.
Slogan?
Right, just not be last. Just be better than us being at the bottom of the division. We're not walking off the plank. Instead, we're going to make other teams walk off the plank. And we're not going to be, sitting on our sofas in October like they are most years. I mean, they haven't been relevant since the 90s when they had Barry Bonds. That's how irrelevant the Pirates have been. I mean, I know we've had Jason Kendall and Andrew McCutchen, but that's not saying much. I mean, come on now. At least the Cardinals aren't as bad as the Pirates.
No.
Let's throw that out there. At least we're not that much of an atrocity. And, oh, goodness me. There's just so much going on right now. And by the way, the Blues could be trading for Brady DeChuck. Brady DeChuck's one of those guys, could be floating around. The Senders could be shopping him. He may not be staying in Ottawa much longer.
What do you think it would take off the Blues roster to get him?
Oh, I think it could take a lot, Doug. It could take some draft picks, maybe Jake Neighbors, maybe Jordan Kyrou, maybe a goaltender, Jordan Biddington. But, I'm just floating it out there. Brady DeChuck could be on the move, and the Blues could be a team that could be interested in trading for him and, have a package. He's a needle mover. He could get people through the turnstiles. He will be the #1 jersey seller instantly when they trade him. Jerseys will fly off the shelf. People will be going through the turnstiles. As a business move, would be a tremendous move for the Blues. Not many players are needle movers. Not every star player is a needle mover for their franchise. Brady Tkachuk would be that for the St. Louis Blues, without a doubt in my mind.
Well, you're a needle mover for this show.
Well, I hope so, Doug.
Doug.
I hope so. I try to be. I try to be every week. You know, it's just such a great show, and the fans are tremendous. I just want to give a shout out to Chairman Kurt. What a great song Navy Caps on the Road is. Absolutely. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I absolutely love it. I'm loving the After the Morning After. Now it's back on 105.7 HD2 every single weekday besides Friday, Monday through Thursday at 11 o'clock a.m. I just listened to the first episode yesterday. I am so glad. That was such a fun show, and so many great people on there. And of course, I listened to Tim recently on Pondoff's shows. So,
thank you,
there's
sir.
so much going on.
I think people wanted me to do 4 hours. I only did 3.5.
No. Trust me, Tim will do 4 hours next time he's on. It'll be in a complete marathon. I'm telling
you could do 4 hours yourself.
I absolutely could. Hey, Dave, you want me to do 4 hours for you? I can. I can break Tim's record for you. It'll be tremendous. It'll be great. I love. I mean, the fans of this show are just tremendous. What a great atmosphere to be in, and it's just an absolute treat. Every single week, every single day, it's available for you. So I'm just so excited to be here.
Thank you, sir. How about that, Doug? Does that give you
what a wonderful message?
There you go.
Anybody out there recognizing your voice and asking you?
They are. I just had somebody come up to me this weekend and acknowledging TMA and just talking about all the old times and all their favorite spots and everything. I just love it. I love when people talk about great TMA stories and talk about folks like Larry Nickel and how much impact the show has had on the community and how much it's had an impact on them. And just it's so fun just to see people out and talking about it, and how much of an effect you can really have on people. It's unbelievable, and it's purely based on the fans. The fans make the show successful, and it's just what drives it. It's the engine of the show, as Tim would say, are the fans of TMA.
God bless. How about this guy, Brody, loaded for bear. Brody, we always appreciate. Thank you for the very kind words as well.
You're welcome,
sir. That's Brody Herman representing Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA online at getbc.com, or you can call 314-222-2222. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. Brody, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
This is The Morning After 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Live from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Doug, I've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling up next year on this polosplus.com dossier. Too short, a.k.a. short dog, is 60. Damn. Time flies when you're rapping and pimping like an OG from the Oakland set.
Okay.
Been macking for years and ain't fell off yet. So if you ever see me riding in my drop-top caddy, throw a peace sign and say, "Hey, pimp daddy." Heard that afternoon show keeps jacking with your thermostat and cranking it down when they leave. I think the only reasonable response is full-out gang war. When TMA cash is out, you crank that heat to 85 degrees. Let BK and Ferrario sweat it out a bit until the fast lane shows up, the full-on sauna. Sweat stains are coming. Let's make Too Short proud, boys. Blow that whistle. Doug, that's from Bro Fallon. Been a player for life, so where's my wife?
Bro Fallon, been a player for life, so where's my wife?
Jesus, I have to listen for 5 hours, go to lunch and listen for 2 hours, and then go to Scotland with Martin. I might get divorced and marry the show. Also, I'm really struggling here. Is Amanda Pete hot or not? That's from Steve. He's in Des Moines.
Steve. He's in Des Moines.
Has anybody been watching season 2 of Your Friends and Neighbors? My wife and I just concluded.
We started it. And it's one of those that comes out once a week instead of in a big bundle.
Yeah, I think maybe 3 or 4 sods are out.
Maybe now we're a couple. This is good. Now I want to get a couple behind.
Yeah.
And then binge.
Yeah, it's a good play. Amanda Pete. Doug, you might know her from The Whole 9 Yards. She was also in one of my favorite films, obscure one, Martin, but I know you're a fan. She's the One.
And Ed Burns and John Mahoney.
That's right. And then, of course, plays John Hamm's ex-wife in Your Friends and Neighbors.
He owes us a call, that guy.
He does. Blues off season. Okay. I know a lot about technical problems on a Make-A-Wish podcast that we're pretending isn't a Make-A-Wish podcast, and it's great. How's Libby Jack? We going to bring that back? How about that whole deal? Where's Doug? We can't see him because Libby Jack didn't properly test the equipment. Libby Jack then explained Google forced him to change the text number, but the old number seemingly still works, but he's not sure because he doesn't remember what the old number is. Is that correct?
These complaints are you're taking oxygen for granted. That's what I have to say.
Taking it for granted.
Yeah.
You're wasting it, in other words.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't sign up for this. Snipe the charity recipient who would be up a creek without a butt plug if his technically challenged producer decided to take his talents anywhere else at 11 a.m. The show advanced 12 minutes into its inaugural sode when Tim asked Iggy if he was still having sex, to which Iggy explained that he managed to convince a live female to come back to his prison cell. Fortunately or unfortunately, he insisted on just lying there, not doing any work, yada, yada, yada. She up and left. Well, at least she didn't vomit in his jail cell slop sink. Again, I am enjoying the show. Can't wait to tune in today's abbreviated podcast before you bail early to scurry over to Webster where some Mizzou toughs are looking to scrap with Jackson. Make sure to follow up on what that geriatric pervert said in order to get suspended from one of the most laissez-faire websites on the internet. What did the Greg Lansky tweet say? Doug, that's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
Hey, gal pals. Marty, why are you here? You have hair that wasn't grown in a Chinese lab. The athletes in this town actually seem to like you, and you seem to be funny in like a not TMA way. Did you only come back to dunk on my client, Iggy? Well, too bad. He's back and creepier than ever. Also, Tim, you know it's more fun than running 3 miles in a tornado watch after you put your kids to bed? Having to listen to the Prod Joe rectal bleeding segment for the 3rd time in 8 days. Does Libby Postiche
Postich?
head of the Mao Lover Ledoux chapter even care about the skeleton anymore, or is he just pulling Plowsy's old work? Anyways, Doug, your nope was a little too clean at our last outing. Are you cheating on me? Disappointed. That's from Iggy's crestfallen senior adjacent accountant.
Iggy's crestfallen senior adjacent accountant.
Larry Nickel is a friend. Yeah, I know he's been a good friend of mine, but lately something's changed. That ain't hard to define. Larry's got himself a Doug, and I want to make him mine. And he's watching him with those eyes, and he's loving him with that body. I just know it. And he's holding him in his arms late at night. I wish that I had Larry's Doug. Sincerely, whose bed have your khakis been under?
Who's the funniest part was the name.
Yeah, whose bed have your khakis been under?
Looks like I've gone full circle. The runs last Friday and impacted stool today. No more gummy bears. Doug, that's from Midge.
Midge.
Iggy's monochromatic return yesterday felt a lot less like a comeback and more like when the Gateway Arch grounds just kind of reopened in 1998 after the Lafayette graduating class took senior prom photos in the area and left a collective stink and Monster Energy cans everywhere. Same structure, just a lot of people squinting trying to figure out what exactly changed. That said, I was elated to hear what he's been up to. Quote, happily retired, end quote, which in St. Louis usually means buying a riding lawnmower and early dinners at Cyberg's, not running a fan page, sponsored Patreon with 6 accounts all belonging to Jake Reynolds. And a bunch of unpaid podcast drop-ins. That's not retirement. That's an overqualified, unpaid internship like Gangster Pete's first few years at TMA. And look, I don't want to get too forensic here, but the math's doing gymnastics. I assume one needs money to live, but isn't getting paid, yet, quote, helping shows that somehow keep the lights on at the old Section 8 Skybox in the Sky, sponsored by the fabulous Fishco, or Biondo, or Brooklyn, or ASMR Taylor. It's like watching a trolley roll past the Del Mar Loop. Nobody's quite sure who's paying for it, where it's going, or why it still exists, but there it is, moving just enough to claim that it's working, and that's good enough here in St. Louis. All in all, being revenue adjacent from podcast drop-ins sounds like the American dream nowadays. That's from Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Oh.
Click the Calendly link here to schedule a demo.
Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Hey, boys, can we talk about how hot post 11 a.m. Doug Vaughn is? He was on his game yesterday on After the Morning After. He sounded very randy. Papa, That's from Jason.
Jason.
And finally, you guys remember back before Jackson ran out of steam for doing his little Picture Film Boy podcast, and it followed the predictable path of Pepper and Jeannie and the Chevy Chase Show. Back then, radio wars weren't trying to freeze you guys out of the studio. Although Tim's broadcasting excellence in a ski mask for National BDSM Day in 3 months would obviously be a winner. But that all is ruined now, since you clowns were told that you didn't have to suffer in such a manner. It leaves me disappointed as hearing that it was Iggy's demands that kept the After the Morning After show from running a 5th day. He just needs some time to relax. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Tune-Up Vasectomies.
Shooter McGavin.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We shall vote. We will announce the winner at 10:55, and then BK and Ferrario take over at 11 o'clock. It is 9:55 in St. Louis, and the question is, will Jeff Suppan be calling in 5 minutes? And Doug, at this point, you have to feel about 98% certain.
I think probably will, yeah.
We're doing a TV segment later. Did I just now that he is reemerged on the scene, I thought, let's do a little television, a little sports final visit tonight. And he asked me how long the segment is. I said, we're going to have to tighten it up a little bit for TV.
Well,
but looking forward to sharing some of those thoughts.
That's coming up, and we'll look forward to hearing what he has going on. Plus, we'll have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's at 10:55 here on this presentation. Earlier on the program, Josh Schertz called in as a surprise guest on the Callier and Thomson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thomson?
Well, of course I do. They've been around a long time. A lot of people in St. Louis know about Callier and Thomson. Even if it's a consideration to do a remodel of your home, start the conversation now with the professionals at Callier and Thomson. When you remodel your home, you want to do it the right way. You got to plan ahead, start the conversation now. Maybe take a visit to Callier and Thomson showroom out there in Manchester on Baldwin. Take a look around at the more than 20 kitchen displays. They got more than 10,000 square feet of goodies out there for you to get some great ideas on how you might want to remodel your kitchen, a bathroom, a basement, man cave, wine room. Maybe you want the whole house painted. They've got a great painting department out there. Callier and Thomson can do it all. And and they do it better than anyone else in town. And one of the big things about Collier & Thomson, because they have been around so long, is trust. You know that this is a company that you can trust. They're going to be there. They're going to design it just right. They're going to have the best materials that you want. They've got fantastic appliances. Everything's going to be done right with Collier & Thomson. They will be there until it is done to your satisfaction. They got a whole bunch of 5-star reviews. They got AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. This is the company where you're not fooling around. This is where you go for your remodel. Collier & Thomson, simply the best in town at what they do. Collier & Thomson is on Manchester Road in Manchester, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
We got some breaking news in baseball. We were talking about Alex Cora getting whacked. Another manager is out. That's up next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Roof Restore online at notanewroof.com. Just out at my home last week. That's Michael Mahoney and his team at Roof Restore, a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of replacement. The best part, it's up to 90% less than the cost of a roof replacement and guaranteed to extend the life of your roof by up to 15 years. Go online at notanewroof.com. I had them out at my house just last week, and while they were up there, they discovered a tiny little hole in the roof and tended to that, plus gave their treatment to extend the life of our roof. It is about 10% the cost of a full roof replacement. Think about that. We treat our cars with maintenance. We need to treat our homes like we do with our cars with maintenance, because those assets increase in value and oftentimes are your most valuable asset. Get your roof taken care of. Go to notanewroof.com and work with Roof Restore.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Pirates tonight, 5:40 p.m. first pitch. Kyle Leahy towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais. Well, Martin goes with that onboarding. Jackson Burkett with you here on the program. Pirates still have not announced their starter for tonight. I don't see it anywhere. Jackson, have you seen it anywhere?
Nope, still TBD on MLB.com.
Odd.
Maybe they're checking the transfer portal.
You think they're in the portal?
Could be.
I deep teased this, but the Phillies have made a move. All this does is going to put more pressure on the Mets.
Yeah.
The Phillies have fired Rob Thomson, their manager, who got the Cardinals in 2022. He's gone after the Phillies' incredibly slow start to their season, Doug. So the Red Sox, Alex Cora, gone. Phillies tied with the Mets for last in the National League East at 9-19. They fire Rob Thomson. So
Don Mattingly taking over there.
Don Mattingly back in the dugout.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, I think the Phillies were predicted by many to be a serious World Series contender this year, weren't they?
I
They had a
think
good
there
year
were
last year.
I think there were expectations. I think that they weren't necessarily as high as the Mets. And, of course, it goes without saying, the Dodgers.
Yeah, Thompson got an extension in December, early December 2025. He got extended.
So he can chase this dough and make money?
Yeah, I'm sure it's...
He doesn't have to do any more chasing. He's just going to make it.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not.
Does that make any sense to give a guy a big money extension and then give him 1 month of a season or he's out?
I think it's absurd, and I really do firmly believe that this doesn't happen in a market like, let's just go to the, and I know Jeff Suppan's going to join us, and we'll talk with him here momentarily, like the West Coast. It's not a coincidence this is happening in Boston, Philadelphia, and will probably happen unless the Mets go off to Mendoza in New York. And it's a byproduct of the style of the fan base and then also the manner with which they're communicated to. I remember Jason Kelsey was on, I don't know if it was his podcast or somewhere else, where he was talking about the media actually plays a role in management's decisions, which I think is weak. But if you give into that kind of pressure, then you start giving a guy an extension in December and firing him 28 games into a season, and that's what you got happening in Philadelphia. We'll come back with more. Jeff Suppan will be with us on the program. It's a tradition now here on the show. The program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. The program is called The Morning After, and you can podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app, SCHAEFER door.com. That's SchaeferDoor.com. That's Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door Company. Schaefer Door Company. For any garage door issues you may have, just go to SchaeferDoor.com. They handle residential, they handle commercial, and they are a Lift Master partner. It's Schaefer Door, and they set up a number specifically for TMA listeners. It's 636-782-3608 to get you the quickest response time. Schaefer Door Company. Online at SchaeferDoor.com. They are a Lift Master partner. This is The Morning After. Jeff Suppan joining us next here on 101 ESPN. this is a jam, isn't it?
Very dramatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is becoming a tradition unlike any other. Let's make it 10 straight shows here in the 10 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Joining us on the Collier and Thomson phone lines is Jeff Suppan on 101 ESPN. Morning, Soup.
Hey, top of the morning to you guys.
Thank you. Top of the morning to you, sir.
Yes. And listening to the song for the third time now, I am okay.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
And I didn't tell you guys since you guys got me back into work mode, I'm actually on the way to Pittsburgh, and I am the TBD starter.
You're starting tonight. Wow.
You think you could still get anybody out?
No.
Nobody?
No, but I could get it to home plate, and we had a practice, I don't know, maybe a month ago, and so it was between Brody and Brody's team and the other team. They're like, hey, let's do a scrimmage. Who can pitch? I'm like, I can pitch. So this is 54 feet, right? So I went right back into game mode. Like I'm trying to turn two. I'm communicating, covering first base. So I throw both halves of the inning, and so I was fine the first inning, and then the second inning my knee popped, and I'm like, oh my gosh! And now the body starts falling apart. But I mean, I can still spin it. I mean, it's going to be super slow. I can locate my fastball. But it's, again, super slow. I can throw strikes, but I can throw BP. That's about what I'm good for.
What do you think the miles per hour would be if you really wanted to get into it?
If I trained and I started throwing long toss and doing all this, I could probably get it up to, I don't know, 82 maybe.
Yeah, that's pretty good. High school pitching, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and it's funny, my whole career, I almost pitched at the same velocity. I was 88 to 92. I was probably 87 to 90 in high school and 88 to 92 in the big leagues. For most of my career, I didn't really, shoot up or go way low. But, again, I told you guys one time, when I used to pitch in relief when I was coming up with the Red Sox, I was getting up to 95. But I mean, like I said, I couldn't do that as a starter.
Well, what's the best way to get your throwing arm better? Is it long toss or lifting weights, or what would you recommend?
Man, if I knew that, I probably would have thrown harder. But I think being consistent. I think doing your arm weights consistently. However you do them. I did them twice a week my whole life as a professional. I think long toss is important. And the thing is where do you want it? Like if you need it, the velocity in an 0-2 situation or a certain type of pitch, you let it go, right? But then you need to have the control and command aspect of it. So whatever your resting velocity is, you need to throw strikes at it, and I think, obviously lifting weights is important and, all the other stuff goes along with it. But, all these guys throw super hard now. So, I mean, they're really the experts in that more than I was.
Did you ever need Tommy John surgery?
I haven't had surgery yet.
Boy, it seems like they all get it. They all get it at some point now.
Yeah, well, it's funny. Nick Swartz, my one of my favorite trainers with the Royals, and I was talking to him one day, and I said, Nick, I haven't had surgery yet. He goes, well, book it because you're going to have one eventually, but I haven't yet. And I think that was it was a mentality where Jamie Quirk, I'm sure you guys remember him, long time catcher, bench coach. And he goes, we're having a conversation on the bench, and he said, Sue, do you know what the best ability is? I said, no, what's the best ability? He said, availability. He goes, you could be a great all-star player, but if you're never available, then are you really? And so I took that to heart. And so for me, man, making every start was a very, very important part of my career. And I think for 11 years, I had 30 starts or more.
Wow.
And I was trying to. It was Levon Hernandez who was the other one who had a lot of starts every year. I couldn't make it 12. I missed it. But he had quite a few. But that was a big thing. Making starts, throwing innings, giving your team a chance to win. That was really, my mentality as a player.
Hey, I got two questions that are actually in some capacity quite timely to what has taken place, both with the Cardinals winning last night, coming back, and then also you may have heard that Rob Thomson, the manager of the Phillies, was just let go. Doug pointing out that he was signed to a contract extension in December. The Phillies play 28 games. They decide that's not going to work anymore, so he's out. Two questions. So I'll start with the one on the manager thing. You obviously talked yesterday about your reverence for Tony La Russa. When a manager gets fired, does that have an impact in the clubhouse? The Red Sox, I don't know how closely you've been monitoring this, but we're not happy that Alex Cora got let go, and they were vocal about it. I don't know about the Phillies, and certainly in New York with the Mets' slow start, the media is talking quite a bit about the possibility of Carlos Mendoza getting fired. So what is, or what can be, or in your experience, what was the impact of a manager losing his job because a team is underperforming?
Well, it happened once that I can recall. I did lose pitching coaches or hitting coaches in my career, but manager, that's a big position. And, you're going to have, I would say, unless you have a mutiny with the players, you're going to have a lot of players that really love playing for that manager, and it does affect them greatly because now if you're a normal person and your manager gets fired, you're like, what could I have done? I got him fired, and so there might be this internal thing going on. Some guys don't care at all, and some guys are probably happy. Okay, but in the end, players play. That's our job, or that's the job of the player. And every manager or coach, you could be really great if you have great players. You know what I mean? And I think it, for the most part, I don't know what internally that was about, obviously, but it will definitely have an effect on the team. And most of the time, it's just a status quo. They're just going to continue with how they're playing. But in some cases, it unites the team or ignites the team, and they come out of it well.
Yeah. Red Sox are on a 3-game winning streak since Cora got let go. Weirdly, because the players love the guy, but it like you said, it can ignite him.
It can, and so they become, and sometimes upper management has to make those hard decisions. I do think 28 days, 1 month is a short window, but maybe they were. That's what happens. It can unite a team, and they do well after that.
And then my other question, and this, I don't know if you would remember this about your 2005 Cardinal team that won 100 games. It's only at the forefront of my mind because my two sons love watching Cardinal highlights on YouTube, and we were watching the Pujols-Lidge home run. And as Edmonds, I think, is working that walk that then opened the door for Pujols to come up and face Lidge, there's a stat that pops across the screen, and it was something like the Cardinals came back 26 times during the regular season. Now, I don't think anybody's going to confuse the 2005 Cardinals for the 2026 Cardinals. But with that said, last night they were down 2-0. The Pirates bullpen had a start and were executing a perfect game into the 7th inning. And the Cardinals are down 2-0 soup, and they come back and they tie it with 2 home runs, and then they win it. And so that's been a theme for this team. So my question is that something that can become an awareness in a clubhouse and on a roster when you do it over and over again, or is it more of a statistic for guys who host a show to point out that really doesn't impact the mindset of a ball club?
I think it could be a little bit of both. I do think that when you have a team that has that makeup where they don't stop playing. They play every inning. And, I mean, that's a powerful team, right? So it can become basically a mentality where they're coming back because they're not giving up, right? So you do have situations where teams, once they get down, they become more individualized, and then when you have a team that fights and is fighting for every win, it becomes just basically, I'm not going to say a battle cry, but it just becomes a thing, and they become aware of it because it gives them confidence. Like, hey, we're down a couple runs, let's go. Hey, crooked number, let's do it, and then they see it happening, and then it happens. I mean, that's a mark of a good team, in my opinion.
You think this current Cardinal team is a good team? Do you see enough of them? Do they have a chance to continue what they're doing?
I think any team that puts on the birds on the bat on their chest and plays for the team has a chance. I have not seen enough to know, but listening to you guys talk about it, I mean, these are important wins to come back. Especially when a team you said they had a perfect game against them.
Yeah, it was a perfect game. It was a bullpen start with how many guys pitched for the Pirates last night?
Yesterday pitched 8.
They're in a weird spot because their starter, who might be going tonight, we're still not sure, Ashcraft, is on bereavement, and so their manager just had to burn through the bullpen, and so they left their closer out there last night just to have to eat it, and the Cardinals were able to come back. But yeah, there was a perfect game, the very rare perfect game from a bullpen start going into it. Burleson got that hit in the seventh, right?
Yeah. 2 out in the seventh.
2 outs in the 7th inning.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a lineup where if you can get, like you were talking about with Albert's home run, and Jimmy working a walk, and those are important things. Like when lineups can manufacture in that way, it makes them really hard. I mean, and so that when they're staying in the zone or their zone of hitting, and they don't swing outside of it. I mean, it's fun to watch. I mean, those are the games that are really fun when it's that close game and that one pitch, that one mistake, he times it right, or the pitcher makes the pitch, and it's off the end. But I think when lineups. Because there's so many different aspects to a team, but when a lineup can work at bats and work pitchers, just say, like, I don't know how long their pitchers pitched. I don't know if they had a middle reliever that went more innings or not, or if it was just 1-1-1-1-1. But I mean, when you can work the count and work pitchers out of the game, I mean, it makes it really hard for a whole entire staff to go through a lineup, and obviously they did that, and they had obviously some key hits and things like that. So.
Yeah, it was for the record, 2 guys threw an inning, then 1 threw 4, another came in and threw 2/3, another came in and threw a third. Then Soto, who's their setup guy, came in and threw an inning, and then they get to their closer. Cardinals look like they're lifeless, and then they hit 2 solo home runs, and then Santana, their closer, who's been very good, just starts getting raked, gets a couple seeing eye singles, and the Cardinals then go into their bullpen even further. And as you were mentioning, especially since you're the one starting tonight, I don't know if you plan on going 6 innings or not, but their bullpen is burned out, so they might call on you to throw. I don't know if you got 120 pitches in you, but you might be out there for a while wearing it.
Yeah, I'll give you one pitch at a time, baby. It was funny when I became a pitching coach. I used to tell my pitchers, I said, "Listen, here's the facts. Okay, you got to be honest. Okay, everybody wants to stay in the game, but you have to be a good self-evaluator. So when I ask you how you feel." You never say you feel good. You say you feel fine, okay? All right, just say that's number 1. I'm fine. I can give you outs, or I'm done. Those are my 3 answers that I need from you, because, it's like you got to be you got to be aware. If you're done and you're done and you're like, "No, I'm fine," and then you go out and you give it up, then, you're not helping the team out. Do you remember that one time? Remember the Dark Knight, the guy in New York? Yeah, I remember that situation.
Matt Harvey,
where,
Mets.
he wanted to stay in the game, and he'd thrown whatever he threw, and so now everyone's relying on you. I mean, you're saying you're fine, but if you know you're not fine and then you give it up, that's a tough one. But the ego of the pitcher is tough because we never want to take ourselves out of the game, but sometimes you got to be a fair evaluator. So when I was tiring and they said, "How you feeling?" I always just say, "I can get you out." Let you make the manager make the decision, or the pitching coach, on whether to get you out of the game or not. So.
Hey, I know you got a scheduled day off. Doug did approve that, by the way, so you do have the day off tomorrow. But I know you were reaching out to Chris Carpenter to see if he was going to fill in for you tomorrow. Did you get a response?
I did get a response. Let me see. Let me pull it up here. And I'm actually thinking about keeping the streak, though. I don't know how long I'm thinking about keeping the streak, but I have a short window tomorrow because my son has they have a Wednesday. Every Wednesday they have mass. He goes to a Catholic school, and so I wanted to go. And it starts at 8:15.
Okay.
So we get on.
Oh, wow.
A few minutes
Quick
in.
hitters, Doug. Quick hitters tomorrow.
Sure.
I said, hey, Carp. I said, on a radio show, having fun with the morning after show last week. They just told me about the story in spring training in 06, and I guess there's a presentation for George Kissel, and Martin loud talked, and you shushed him. And then Kat, ever since, would always say, "Shh, Martin." They wanted to know if you could come on the show on Wednesday. I asked for the day off with an emoji with the laughing whatever.
Smart.
And he said that's funny! Exclamation point. That's all he told me.
No, that's a no. That's a no.
If it sweetens the pot at all, I can write him a song.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. Okay. Hey, I mean, I don't know. I'll try. You want me to try to? They will write you a song.
Yeah.
If you come
See
on.
how you might get ghosted at that point.
Maybe don't bring up the song.
Yeah, I won't push it. I won't push this one. But I did get a response. That's funny. So,
all right. How about that?
I don't.
Sounds like he's very interested.
I don't know. It doesn't.
Well, then we'll do quick hitters with you before the 8:15 mass tomorrow. 8:15 mass Pacific, Doug.
Okay.
That's when
that'd
doing
be
his
10:15.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. Well, we appreciate you reaching out to Chris Carpenter. I assume he will be calling in, and he will become a regular guest, and he will have a streak that will attempt to chase yours down, because today is your 10th straight show. I feel like you should get some kind of vest for that or something.
Or a pin?
Yeah,
I'll take
at least a pin.
You guys got
pin? Sure, we got some of those.
Do you now? What's the longest streak on your show?
I think 2 would have been the longest, so you've already superseded it. Now you're kind of going DiMaggio, and nobody's ever going to chase it down.
When's my boy McGeary pitching?
McGreevy, it's funny that you ask that, because I was texting with him. He sent me a text saying how, just out of nowhere after they won last night, saying he wanted me to let the fans know that the guys on the team were so grateful for the size of the crowds this weekend. Now, that's something, when you were pitching here, you were pitching in front of what? I don't even know. The old ballpark held more than the new ballpark. What the old one? Did the old one get up to 50? It's high 40s.
At one time, during when it was just football stadium, it did.
Yeah, so you guys were used to pitching in front of huge crowds. They got 30 this weekend, and these guys, a lot of younger guys were like, okay, it's good to see people starting to show up. And I said, hey, your boy Suppan is about to call in, and we love when we have he's been on with you've been on with Brad Thomson and Simon Tachi, and Bollringer sounds like he's going to be calling in. And he said, no, let Suppan have the stage. I'll call in tomorrow after we win tonight. How about that attitude from the Cardinals stars?
Wow, way.
Yep.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And and I said his name wrong. I'm only on my third cup of coffee.
Yeah.
My bad.
You'll get there.
Yeah.
You'll get there.
He's got the Saturday night start against the Dodgers on Fox, so he's going to get the big stage against the defending world champions on Saturday night. You'll get a chance to watch if you want. I know you've got plenty of things going on, but yeah, you'll see McGravy and the Dodgers.
Is that at home?
Yeah, that's in it's in St. Louis, not in L.A.
I would go. I would go if it was in St. Louis. Yeah. Dang it. All right. I think I do think I come out at the end of May.
Oh, nice.
May.
Well, you're gonna have to do a studio hit. You're gonna have to come into the studio here.
Where are you guys located at?
270 and Olive, if you remember your St. Louis geography from your time with the Cardinals. 270 and Olive. Okay. So kind of Creve Coeur.
Yeah, Creve Coeur. I think Dr. Ralph Filson was out there. I had to make a few trips out there. He was one of our team docs. He used to do chiropractor and acupuncture, and it was a lot of fun visiting him out there in his office. But he used to come in the clubhouse a lot.
I don't know if you ever went to Paul Mano's. The St. Louis Blues team has loved going to Paul Mano's for years. We're right by Paul Mano's also. I don't know, a couple miles away from that restaurant. So to give you some geographic points of note, 270 and 40. In that range.
Yeah. All right. I lived off of 170 and Ladue. So I lived in Clayton.
Yeah.
And love that. I love that area. And we used to go out there from time to time, Creve Coeur. Yeah. Somebody else lived out in Creve Coeur. But it all comes back. You know, once you get there, it all comes back.
Yeah. It'll be, you just come in the studio and people will be able to see Jeff Suppan right here, Doug, in the Stiefel studio.
What a treat it would be.
We'll have a quick hitter with Soup tomorrow. He's got the Mass at 8:15 Pacific. And we always enjoy the conversation. Soup, thanks so much for the time.
All right, you guys be well.
Take it easy, man. It's Jeff Suppan with us here on the Collier and Thomson phone lines, giving us some perspective. And it sounds like Chris Carpenter is going to become a regular based on that.
I didn't get that. Okay. What else is he going to say? Leave me alone? Knock it off, bro? He's going to say, that's funny.
Jason Gossler wouldn't say that, though, Doug, if you reached out to him.
No, he wouldn't. He might not say anything. He's probably so busy today after the storms last night. I'm sure Schaefer Door has people spread out all over the area fixing some of those garage doors that got banged up last night. Doesn't matter if you're talking just the garage door at your home or if you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors. Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. They can handle anything. There's nothing you can throw at Schaefer Door that they haven't seen before and fixed before. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. Great response time at Schaefer Door. They get to you just as quickly as they can. They actually have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. And their service techs are not commission-based. They're not going to try to sell you anything that you don't need. The website is schaeferdoor.com. That's Schaefer with one F, schaeferdoor.com. Or you can call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN.
Happy birthday to David Freese today.
Yeah, what do you think Freese is? I'm going to go 44.
I'll say, let's see.
You're debating. Where to go?
In 2011, he was about 30, wasn't he? I'll say 45.
Yeah!
Today, he turns 43.
No! Nobody wins the
younger.
Showcase Showdown.
Huh.
D. Freese. Maybe he'd like to come on the show for his birthday.
Is that the greatest game any Cardinals ever had, despite Mark Whitten's 4 home runs or anything else?
Given
No
the
hitters?
context of it all, yes.
I think it would be.
I would say.
So good. And he'd be, now if we had him on, and I know he's been on, he focuses on, I think he grounded it into a double play at a key time, might have struck out, and something that is forgotten is there was just this casual pop fly on the infield, and it was started in foul territory, then blew back into fair territory, might have been off Hamilton's bat, and he just dropped it. Just bizarre. And then earlier in the game, Holiday and Fricale had a miscommunication on a ball to short left, and that dropped.
It was a really sloppy game.
So it was a really sloppy game up until Alan Craig hit a home run in the 8th inning to bring them within shouting distance, down from a 3-run deficit to a 2-run deficit. And then David Freese, Nelson Cruz, Neftali Feliz, Elvis Andrews with the hands in the air like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me, and the look on Ron Washington's face. And Nolan Ryan in the stands biting his fingernails like 6 years after I witnessed the Pujols Lidge thing from the Astros side. Now these guys get me again. You got to be horse plowing me.
And then they thought they had it 1 in the 10th until Berkman came up with a hit.
Trot? They just won't go away.
Berkman wants to call that Berkman's landing or Berkman's beach or whatever he said. They gave Freeze's landing. Berkman wanted to patch a ground too.
Not right.
He was joking when he said it, but that's what he said.
I think he deserves it.
When did he say that? I didn't know that he said that.
Last time they were in, maybe for the anniversary of it all. He was just kidding around.
I bet Freese was pissed.
No, I don't think anyone was pissed.
I might tweet about it to see if I can get some attention for myself. It wasn't anything I did wrong. That's from Dave Hay. Doug, that's a tribute to Ron Washington after he was asked about an Angels loss last year.
He didn't do the job.
That's right. Yeah, that's correct. Papers is calling it up, I believe.
Yeah.
It was one of the worst sound bites ever in the history of head coaches.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
Yeah, that's not a good thing to say. Always got the players' backs. Well, you could almost say that after every game, couldn't you? After every loss?
Yeah.
You could
That's
pick out
part of the
somebody
gig.
who didn't do the job.
Right.
You got to wear the C on your sweater.
It would kind of be funny to see a manager just rip his own players every time they lost.
I'll tell you, I mean, for real, I don't know. I can look up the numbers here. Watch this. Cardinals and Pirates tonight. It's a shame that it's Leahy. He hasn't been terrible. He just hasn't been great. But the Pirates really are in quite a spot after last night. I realize most people are probably not observing the Pirates situation, but the reason why the rotation is in flux, and ESPN.com and the Pirates website does not have Ashcraft starting. CBS does. Either way, no matter what, whether he starts or they go bullpen, they burned through a bunch of pitchers yesterday. Santana, there's no way he's available. At least I wouldn't expect him to be available. The Cardinals are in a really good spot here with today, and considering it's a 4-game series and you don't have the Skeens bailout game, like it'd be ideal for the Pirates if you had Skeens going tonight, because there's a good chance that's going to rest the majority of your bullpen if you have him going. You don't know who your starter is going to be, and the team used a billion pitchers, and I know most people probably aren't monitoring the Pirates and critics of the Pirates, but their manager last night used 8 pitchers, and some of those pitchers came in for very little work. Point being, they didn't have to get into that spot, and so this could set up favorably for the Cardinals, but they got to get something out of Leahy. The Cardinals, for the record, are underdogs tonight. They are plus 134, Pirates minus 158, and per FanDuel, still no pitcher announced for Pittsburgh. So that'd be back-to-back games where they'd either be trotting out a random or a bullpen game. And they used 8 pitchers last night.
Yeah, I think of those 8, several of them will be right back in there tonight.
Yeah.
There's one guy, Montgomery, that started only threw 7 pitches, and Sanders 5, and Metzen 3, and you would hope that they could pitch more than that.
What if they said I threw 3 pitches last night?
Yeah, I had to warm up, too.
In a city like Pittsburgh, they'd appreciate that.
I don't think so.
Mike Tomlin would come out of retirement, drive down there, and just start going after him. The Penguins have never come back from a 3-0 lead. They were down 3-0 to the Flyers. That's, of course, where all the fans were last night in Pittsburgh. And they are now down 3-2 with Game 6 heading your way in Philadelphia. The only other time the Penguins in their franchise's history have been down 3-0 and forced a Game 6 was against Philadelphia in 2012 with Sidney Crosby, but the Flyers were able to get him in Game 6. In this case, the Flyers could be on the verge of seeing a 3-0 series lead go back to Pittsburgh for a Game 7 if they aren't able to take care of business in Philadelphia in Game 6.
That's the worst, blowing a lead like that.
Oh.
Even blowing a 3-1 lead feels like you had it won, you're ready to move on.
2012 Cardinals, 1985 Cardinals, 1996 Cardinals. Thoughts, concerns, 1968
68
Cardinals.
in the World Series, up 3-1, lost it.
They were up 3-1 on the Royals in 85. Now, I recognize that as a world championship.
Yeah, well, you should.
Thank you.
It was stolen from us. I'm not over it yet.
How in the F are the Cardinals still underdogs if Suppan is really going to pitch for the Pirates? That's from the St. Charles County bookmaker. He's not happy because he feels like he's going to be exposed tonight.
Right.
It's a good question.
Well, sometimes you throw in position players in there, and they're only throwing softballs to the plate, and they still get people out. Could happen. Messes with their timing.
Harrison's brother Master says, guys, if the Blues aren't trading Kyrou this summer, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't think I can follow the team anymore.
Oh, come on.
If that's the case, you cannot come back with all 3, Thomas, Kyrou, and Buchnevich.
Or what?
Harrison's brother Master, what's your alternative?
He's not going to follow the team. Boy, they'll be crushed to hear that.
Will Urias play tonight to make things more fair and even? That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I'd bet on it.
You can give your thoughts by texting in, calling in, emailing in, and, of course, talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chats. TMA 101 ESPN.
It is, of course, pronounced Stiefel, not Stifle or Stiffle. It's Stiefel, and it has been Stiefel for 136 years now. A trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. What does Stiefel do? Pretty much everything money-related, wealth management, check, banking through Stiefel Bank. Yep, you own a business. They've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stiefel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region, more than 400 nationwide, Stiefel combines a local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stiefel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stiefel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stiefel and TMA, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Knicks and Hawks Game 5 tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6:30, tip-off at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Appliance Discounters sponsor the suspension log. Dual TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. And now you know why they're called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 area locations online at theappliancediscounters.com. Jackson has the winner of the Designer Heating and Cooling email today.
2 in a row, Big Tank Delvecchio.
Yeah, Doug, this Big Tank, he's got something.
Yeah, Swope had won 3 straight until Big Tank stepped in.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching Scheffler and Rory go back and forth.
Very, very similar. Yeah. And poor Kevin Miller, I enjoyed his "whose bed have your khakis been under" name, but the rest of the email didn't quite measure up.
So you went with Tank?
I did. I went with Big Tank.
Yeah, this Big Tank is kind of, he's right in the sweet spot. Let's see what I got. Oh, I got James Carlton. He's a loyal program sponsor. Sponsor here on TMA, sponsor the Tim McKernan Show podcast, sponsor of After the Morning After. And James has been my insurance agent for the last 7 years. Great customer service and saving people money on their auto insurance rates left and right. Has your insurance gone up in the last year? Give James a chance to save you money. Do you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy? This is where James saved people the most money. 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. 455-star reviews for James and his team at Carlton Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. BK and Ferrario are up next. We're heading down the hallway. This has been The Morning After, presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.